It's an intriguing matchup between the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos. The Broncos are hosting a playoff game for the first time since the last meeting between Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. That game saw the Broncos hold off the Patriots on a missed two-point conversion, advancing to Super Bowl 50 at Levi Stadium, which is the site of Super Bowl 60. The Bills advanced to the divisional round after defeating the Jacksonville Jaguars on the road in what was Buffalo's first playoff road win since the 1992 AFC Championship game against the Miami Dolphins. It will be the third playoff meeting all time between the two teams the Bills won the previous ones. The 1991 AFC Championship, in which the difference was a Carlton Bailey pick six, with John Elway exiting the game with a deep tie bruise, replaced by Gary Kubiak in the fourth quarter. And last year, that despite an early deep touchdown strike from Bo Nix to Troy Franklin, the Bills scored 31 unanswered points, including an unreal touchdown throw from Josh Allen to Ty Johnson at the back of the end zone. Allen finished 20 of 26 for 272 yards and 2 touchdowns. Hello everyone, I am Alec Nava. Welcome to Empower Field. Last week, Allen engineered his first career game-winning drive in the playoffs despite the visible pain he's playing through. Bruised and battered, he enters this game facing off against an elite defense who led the league with 68 sacks, 11 more than any other team and 5th in the Super Bowl era. They're the only unit in the league to have 4 players with at least 7 sacks this season. That includes Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper, and Zach Allen. With Pat Surtain leading a stellar secondary, threats are abundant for Allen, who's been a one-man show for the Bills with 310.6 total yards per game, the most in postseason history, a minimum of 10 starts. With a banged-up receiving core, this game figures to be tougher for Allen. It's tough to count him out, but how long can he carry this team, especially knowing that the seasons of Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers are over? Both of them have suffered torn ACLs. Denver's Super Bowl aspirations began in San Francisco in a preseason game where Sean Payton used a Head West rallying cry to inspire his team to bring the season full circle. After a 14-win season, the Broncos are in great position. Bo Nix hasn't put up great numbers, but thanks to a strong defense, the unit has been expertly schemed in crucial moments. Nix led the NFL 7 game-winning drives and has distributed targets judiciously among a solid receiver core consisting of Courtland Sutton, Troy Franklin, Evan Engram, and Pat Bryant. Up against a top-ranked pass defense, however, forcing the issue might not be Denver's best interest, which brings R.J. Harvey to the forefront of a key matchup against a very porous run defense. Let's go on to the keys of this game. We begin with the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen continues exceptional postseason play last week, totaling over 300 yards of offense, completing 80% of his passes, and going without a turnover. He was decisive and precise in his reads. His throws were accurate, and he created time and space with his legs. He also proved his toughness, fighting off 4 injuries in the process: a concussion, a hand injury, a knee injury, and a foot injury. The Broncos are a man-heavy defense, but teams that have broken their tendencies against the Bills this year and played more zone when Allen and offensive coordinator Joe Brady have expected men are the ones giving Buffalo fits. If Vance Joseph can disguise his coverage to look like men when he's playing zone, it's going to make Allen hold the ball longer than he wants. Allen has to be ready to diagnose Denver's defense and know where his hot receivers are at times. It has to be the same guy he was last weekend. If he keeps Buffalo's offense ahead of the chains and ensures every possession ends in points, the Bills should be in good shape. Secondly is the offensive line. It's impossible to put the onus on one of the big guys up front because they're all vital to the Bills' success. The Broncos lead the league with 68 sacks this season, coming just 1 year after they had 63. Josh Allen has been sacked a career-high 40 times this season, and the Bills allowed 2 sacks last week to the Jaguars. It's unlikely they're going to pitch a shutout against an elite defense. However, they have to communicate clearly on blitzes and stunts, and they need to keep Allen uptight. They also have to clear way for James Cook on the ground. One advantage the Bills' O-line has over the Broncos' D-line is size. David Edwards is Buffalo's smallest lineman. Denver's edge rushers are fearsome with Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper, but the Bills' tackles can throw their literal weight around along with the tight ends, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid, and Jackson Hawes. That means they have an advantage on the run game. Buffalo, that is. They still have to win their one-on-one battles, but Joe Brady cannot make the same mistake he did against the Texans when he left the team in 5-man protections with no help. And lastly is the secondary. Take your pick. Should Tre'Davious White match up against Courtland Sutton, or should that go to Christian Benford? Who can run with Troy Franklin at speed? Will Cole Bishop continue his star turn with Jordan Poyer out for this week? Do they pivot to dynamic rookie Jordan Hancock? There are a lot of questions to ask about the defensive secondary, and against a Broncos team that doesn't run the football much, given that they were just 19th in rushing attempts this season, or very effectively as they're 16th in rushing yards and 15th in yards per rush, they're likely going to go to the passing game that they try to leverage themselves to victory. The Broncos were 4th in passing attempts this season. Do they break the tendency and try to run against Buffalo's porous run defense? Regardless, the Bills' secondary needs to be on point in this game. And that's not mentioning the receivers as well. Because of the injuries to Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers, this puts the onus on Brandon Cooks to be the man of focus outside of Khalil Shakir. So as to watch for anyone who can decide this divisional round against the Broncos. He is a deep threat, but he is clearly not the player that he once was. Of course, nobody knows what to expect given that Josh Palmer didn't make it to the wildcard win and Davis and Shavers didn't survive the contest. So, the active receivers heading into this contest before the activation of Curtis Samuel from IR were Cooks, Shakir, and Keon Coleman. Cooks was signed on November 25th to a 1-year deal with no guaranteed money 3 days after the Saints flat out released him. Shakir was the most productive target this season, thus most of his damage to the slot. Coleman is an unfortunate case as a repeated healthy scratch this season tells you all you need to know about how well that's going for him. Overall, Cooks' stat lines aren't that impressive for Buffalo. 8 catches on 16 targets for 172 yards. But if you dig beyond that to what happened against the Jaguars and how his relationship between him and Allen has developed, it's possible that he could be primed for a big game at the most important time. Josh Allen can't say enough good things about him, and Cooks is more than happy with how things have gone so far. The best example of the improved chemistry was a 2:27 left, and may have been the Bills' play the year to date in terms of importance. With the Bills down by 4 at their own 44, Buffalo dialed up a 2-level backside concept with Shavers running the out route from the slot and Cooks going straight vertical outside. Shavers' route pulled Jacksonville's cover 4 defense down to that side. Cooks had a free run, and he adjusted to Allen's for what became a skinny post, whether that was the intention or not. 5 plays and a couple of tush pushes later, the Bills advanced on a comeback. And as Allen said, it was not the original idea. Maybe he was thinking a similar play for a 36-yard game against the Eagles in Week 17. There, Cooks and Shakir were in a tight twins alignment on the left side. Shakir ran an in route to Philly's cover 6, but the principle was similar. Shakir brought enough attention for the defense to give Cooks the vertical clearance, and that was the same last-second turn at the end of the route before the catch. The Bills do not have the advantage of the targets against Denver's defensive backs per se, but nobody at one Bills drive is into excuses. So don't be surprised if this is the breakout game for Cooks. Now for the Broncos keys. At the end of the regular season, the Bills were 28th in the league in rushing yards per game given up, at 136 yards given up per game. The Jaguars took full advantage with the running backs. Even without including Trevor Lawrence's 31 yards off scrambles, Jacksonville put up 123 rushing yards with 5 rushes of at least 10 yards, 2 of which went for at least 20. The style of the rushing offense that Jags employed was also very similar to the looks that Denver likes to employ with R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, as Jacksonville did with Travis Etienne and Bayshore Tutin. Harvey has been the feature running back since Week 11 after J.K. Dobbins, who was among the NFL's top 5 rushers at the time, underwent season-ending surgery. While Harvey has been a playmaker, particularly through the air and in the red zone, producing consistently on the ground has been a work in progress. Buffalo, however, has allowed 6.7 yards per carry to opposing quarterbacks this season, which is the most in the NFL. If Denver can keep the pressure on Bo Nix as much as possible, it should lead to increased success in the playoffs. Second is to keep everything in front defensively. Josh Allen's an absolute game breaker, is near unstoppable when he really gets going, so it's up to Denver's defense to contain him as much as possible. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the back end of the defense, Buffalo, however, is down Davis and Shavers, so that means Shakir will have to bear most of the burden of the passing game success. One taking him out, the options are extremely limited. That's not counting Cooks, who is finding his chemistry with Allen. Also, most of Allen's success in the air this season has come against zone, which Denver usually stay away from. The biggest challenge is covering crossers over the middle and seam routes by the running backs and tight ends. But the defense is able to keep the lid up on the offense, force Allen to hit his checkdowns or hold onto the ball. Things trend towards Denver's favor. Third, and lastly, is to win the turnover battle. Sean Payton gave an interesting note on the relationship between the turnover battle, and interestingly, he started 2 years of Buffalo's losses, and they've lost a turnover battle in all but one of them. Which means in all but one of the Bills' losses in the last few years, they lost a turnover battle. Turnovers, however, have been hard for this defense to manufacture. They did well against the Chargers in Week 18, but those were primarily backups playing. With Vance Joseph having 2 weeks to prepare for this game, there will be some opportunities, but they need to find a way to steal the ball away from the Bills and keep them off the field. Picks will be hard to come by, so that suggests fumbles will be the name of the game. But the Broncos mixing in some disguised concepts, Allen may be surprised by the field looks. The hope is that they can find key moments to throw him for a loop and have a good shot at a takeaway. Let's go to our starting lines to begin with the visiting Buffalo Bills, the 6th seed in the AFC. Under center is Josh Allen. The running back is James Cook. The outside receivers are Brandon Cooks and Curtis Samuel, and the slot receiver is Khalil Shakir. The tight end is Dalton Kincaid. Offensive line from left to right, Deion Dawkins, David Edwards, Connor McGovern, Osiris Torrance, and Spencer Brown. For their defense, it begins with Ed Oliver activated off of IR alongside Samuel as one of the 2 defensive linemen up front. The other is Deion Walker. The defensive ends are Greg Russo and Joey Bosa. The linebackers are Matt Milano and Shaq Thompson. Terrell Bernard is out for a 2nd straight game. Outside corners are Christian Bedford and Tre'Davious White. The slot corner is Taron Johnson. The safeties are Jordan Hancock and Cole Bishop. Now for the special teams. The kicker is Matt Prater, the former Denver Bronco. Punter is Mitch Wishnowski. Long snapper is Reed Ferguson. And the return men are Ray Davis and Khalil Shakir. Now the Broncos offense begins with Bo Nix under center, RJ Harvey, the running back. The outside receivers are Cortland Sutton and Pat Bryant. The slot man is Troy Franklin. The tight end is Adam Troutman. The offensive line from left to right, Garrett Bowles, Ben Powers, Alex Forsythe, Quinn Miners, and Mike McGlinchey. Their defense begins with Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers as the defensive linemen. Edge rushers are Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito. Inside linebackers are Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton. Outside corners are Riley Moss and Pat Surtain. The slot corner is Jaquan McMillan. The safeties are Talanoa Hufanga and PJ Locke. Their special teams has Will Lutz as the kicker, Jeremy Crawshaw as the punter, Mitchell Fraboni as the long snapper, and the return specialists are Marvin Mims Jr. and Tyler Beatty. Our referee for today's game is Carl Cheffers, who officiated in 3 Super Bowls, 51, 55, and 57. Mark Pellis is the umpire, Gerard Phillips is the down judge, Rusty Baines the line judge, Jabir Walker the field judge, Alan Baines the side judge, and Scott Helverson is the back judge. Kevin Stein is our replay official, Marty Abazidian is our replay assistant. Our alternate referees are Brad Allen, Dwayne Haight, Carl Johnson, Trey Boger, and Jimmy Russell. Winner of this game advances to the AFC Championship game. If the Broncos win, they'll be hosting. If the Bills win, they'll be going on the road, going up against either New England or Houston, and they'll have to travel to either Gillette Stadium or NRG Stadium. New England and Buffalo split the season series 1-1. Houston beat Buffalo in their only regular season matchup. 23-19. We got 23-19. 23-19. Now the Broncos, they and the Patriots have not faced up against each other this season. But if they were to meet, it would be their first meeting since the aforementioned and Brady Manning final showdown between one another. If it's Broncos and Texans, the Broncos won the lone meeting between these two 18-15 in the regular season. And the Texans' win over the Bills was with Davis Mills under center and not C.J. Stroud. Josh Allen returns out west to the Rocky Mountains. However, he did not play college ball in the state of Colorado. He played college ball at Wyoming, where he was a project pick taken by the Bills at the time, a risky one. Many have questioned the selection, but he has turned into a top 3 quarterback in the NFL today and one of the big 4 QBs. Between him, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow. Now, Jackson's now former head coach, John Harbaugh, has just been hired as the head coach of the New York Giants on a 5-year, $100 million deal. The goal being to provide stability for a franchise and a clear identity to a team that needs an identity. So, which team is going to go up on the rails going off the rails on a crazy train? Well, crazy has been the definition of both teams this season, especially when it comes to the fourth quarter. These two teams love the fourth quarter. Knicks has generated 7 game-winning drives this season. The Bills are the best team in the NFL in second-half point differential. Buffalo has the league's best pass defense. The Broncos have a top 3 defense overall and are the league leader in sacks. However, Buffalo's weakness is against the run. So this could be a bad matchup if they were to go up against R.J. Harvey. This is the first game of the 4 divisional round matchups. Broncos win, they get to stay home and host either New England or Houston. Buffalo wins, they'll have to travel to either New England or Houston. That's what's at stake today at Empower Field. Much has been made about the ongoing trend of the Broncos getting fans of Umamusume. So, anime fans, rejoice! So, this is a rematch of last year with the Broncos. Despite scoring the first 7 points, they saw their season come to an end. They were the 7th seed in a wild card matchup. The Bills scored 31 unanswered points to get the win and face off against the Baltimore Ravens in the divisional round, where the Bills won 27-25, surviving a late rally from the Ravens. As Mark Andrews lost a fumble at 2 key drops, especially on the 2-point conversion. Could not hold on to the ball on the right side. He was wide open. The Ravens are sitting from the outside looking in, and they're looking at a deep overhaul on their coaching staff. They are interviewing coaches around. That included Mike McDaniel. It is 35 degrees Fahrenheit, sunny skies, wind at 7 miles an hour, clear skies here. It is a good day here in Denver, Colorado. The Bills won the coin toss. They will defer. We will rock you. Playing around here at the stadium at Empower Field, and we're off. Let's get rocking and rolling. It is Marvin Mims, the dangerous return man, who returns this. He takes it to the 25-yard line. That is where Denver will start this drive. So now we already have an injury to start this game. Dorian Williams is hurt. Flat out on the ground. He's one of the Buffalo linebackers in what has already been a battered linebacker group. They cannot afford to lose him. And both, it's got them shaken up. The medical staff is out there early. It's not the way that we want to see this start out. We'll step away for the moment. back from the injury timeout. It was Dorian Williams who was hurt on the opening kickoff. Not what we want to see right off the gate. The Bills medical staff was checking in on him. He got off onto the sideline. They were able to get him off. Now the Broncos offense out here to start this drive. They like to pass a lot, but up against this Bills pass defense, I think running the ball will be a better idea, knowing how shaky they are on the run. Faking the end around. Nix is going to throw it. Middle. Caught. And it's Bryant on the first play. 13 yards for number 13. Easiest day for a first down. On the right side, the first play of this game. The Broncos own an 8-1 home record, the most wins in the NFL. Throughout the regular season, the lone loss was to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who the Bills beat last week. You have to believe, you have to get a caution here if you're Josh Allen and company, knowing that this Broncos defense can destroy worlds. I set, and this will be Jaleel McLaughlin getting the first run, spins away for the first tackle, gets ahead, dodges a second one, and is able to get 5 yards. Turns a loss of 2 into a gain of 5. 6 yards actually, and it's Greg Russo who brought him down. McLaughlin instead of R.J. Harvey as he goes one side, sees that one cut off. Joey Bosa could not bring it down. It's poor tackling mechanics on Buffalo's part. And Bosa does not miss tackles like that very often. Denver goes on to a shotgun set on 2nd and 4. 2 receivers left and right. From the gun, Nix calling the audible. The second-year man out of Oregon. Motioning left is Sutton. Bills send the blitz. Nix. That blitz is picked up. Double pumps. Right side. And is hauled in by Bryant in tight coverage. With Taron Johnson watching. 2 catches. 2 first downs for the rookie. It was a perfect ball delivery from Nix onto Bryant. It looks like an incompletion at first, but it's Bryant who dove for it right side and snagged onto it. 2 left and right again. Another shotgun set. Motioning left is Franklin. Teammates with Nix in Oregon. It's a setup towards Bryant again for a first straight reception. He gets 5 yards that time as the Bills were able to slow him down. Oh, now Bryant is shaken up. And we look at the players to watch. Nix has 2268 passing yards at home this season, third most in the NFL. And here's Ed Oliver, who's in his first game since week 8, having missed that time with a biceps injury. Now Bryant is shaken up. He is able to walk off under his own power, so he has to miss at least one series. He takes off his helmet. The medical staff is going to check in on him. So Oliver is back onto the starting lineup, slotted right next to Deion Walker. He's shown promise from the defensive tackle position. Daquan Jones, Oliver's longtime partner, is right next to him for this play on 2nd and 5. Christian Benford matched up left side with Troy Franklin. Man at the slot is Lil'Jordan Humphrey. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Nix looks right side, finding Humphrey right side, wide open. Does not get the first down. He is stopped by Cole Bishop. It's 3rd and about 2 as Humphrey made the catch. It's a good start for the Broncos so far. The Bills trying to get a stop here on 3rd and 1. You'd imagine that the Broncos are going to run the ball. They have Nate Adkins out there, the 3rd tight end of this group. Adam Troutman and Evan Engram, also part of this tight end group. The Broncos' 41.2 third down conversion rate is 11th in the NFL. They're going with an empty set. Tyler Beatty in the game. 3 receivers left, 1 man to the right. Beatty gets the rock, and he is breaking away for the first tackle. It was Nix who kept it. It's a read option play, and it's a first down. He got the Bills faked out that time. And we talk about how porous this Bills run defense is. And this is another example in which they were caught off guard. It was a read option. Nix saw that Beatty was going to get stuffed, and he kept himself. Pulled it out at the last moment. And as everybody was focused on Beatty, Nix kept it. Joe rushes 4 passes so far, and it resulted in them being in Bills territory at their 28. Motioning left is Franklin. with 3 receivers left. Nix looks. Pass rush gain swings it out to an open man. That's Harvey. Harvey breaks away for the first man, but not the second. Missed tackle from Jack Thompson, but Taron Johnson picked him up. It's a modest gain, 5 yards for Harvey, who was the receiving back at that end. And it looked like Deion Walker was going to get to him to tip the pass. But no, it was a low pass in which Harvey snagged it out of midair, the rookie running back out of UCF. 5 throws. For the second year of the system, Nix is settling in nicely in Sean Payton's system. 6 yards on the first one. Here's Nix, another read option. Nix, he lunges ahead, and another first down. The Broncos are moving the ball efficiently. They're actually going to mark Nix short. It's 3rd and 1. On outside and wide runs, the Bills are vulnerable on those ends. Denver has held on to the ball for the entire time. They're not giving the Bills a chance. The Bills are trying to get a stop here. On red zone touchdown percentage, the Broncos are converting on 57.9% of the time if they get another first down. That 57.9% mark is 13th in the NFL. Big Nick's got the first down, but it looks eerily close. I'd imagine that the Broncos are going to go QB sneak again. They went that time around. And it looks like they're going to get them the first down. All right, so we're going to get a timeout for a virtual measurement. Now to start this game, it looks close. You're going to see where the ball ends up. At the end of this play, Nix launched ahead. He went behind Quinn Miners in the right guard. A good call. And when you draft a player this high coming out of Wisconsin Whitewater, who is a D3 school, you know you're getting a stud. And the Broncos did get a stud in Miners, the right guard. It's a key matchup going against Buffalo's defense. And Buffalo's defense, we wonder how they're going to fare up against the rushing attack. And Nix is 2 inches short. Fans are restless. And I'd imagine that they would not be wrong in going for it again. It's 4th and 2 inches. That's all they need. Now it's the open hole, but it was Matt Milano who closed that off at the right moment. Joey Bosa came in collapsing in as well. And you wonder, in this day and age of the NFL, on 4th downs and short yard situations, you go for it. They are 9 of 15 on 4th and short in the regular season. RJ Harvey is split out wide to the right. It's an empty set. I would not blame Nix if he goes up the middle if this is a quarterback draw play. 3 receivers right, and he goes up the middle, and easiest day, first down, he got 4 yards out of it. They faked the pass, show pass, and they switched over to a run play right on the audible. And there's nobody in the middle. They switched over to a sneak at the last moment and caught the Bills napping. Well done from Sean Payton and Joe Lombardi. Wide open up the middle. That's the 5th rush of this drive, in which has spanned 6 minutes. Adam Prentice is the fullback, lined up in front of Jaleel McLaughlin. In motion left is Troy Franklin. They'll go to McLaughlin right side, flag down, and the ball is out! Juggled up! It's a dog pile for it! Milano looked, he had it at first, but lost it. Bills are saying they had it. We'll have to check the penalty as well. Buffalo ball, barring the penalty. It might be an offside, so this fumble might not count. Cam Lewis with the recovery, but we have to check the flag first. And we'll have to see the call from Carl Cheffers. So wiped it off the memory. It's Larry Ogunjobi who is lined up offside. So the ball coming out never happened. Larry Ogunjobi at a low jump. The Broncos are staying on the field, and Ogunjobi has to be kicking himself for that one, for that early jump. Oof. Now you got a 1st and 5, and the Bills defense is still out on the field. My goodness. You can still get a first down here if you're Denver. At the 4-yard line. In motion left is Nate Adkins, and here is Nix on another keeper. Nix, it's time the Bills get to him. Shaq Thompson and Greg Russo, loss of 1. As they recognize the read option, with Nix rolling out towards the left side. You can only fool out this offense for so long before it can get to you on this drive. That's the first time the Broncos went read option on this drive, and this time the Bills said, "You're not fooling us 3 times in a row." It's a loss of 1. It is 2nd and 6. Broncos going shotgun. 42 passing yards so far for Nix to 11 rushing yards. Nix, well protected, throws right side and dropped. It was a perfect pass for Lil'Jordan Humphrey, who had it but could not hang on. It was a perfectly thrown ball, but Humphrey did not make the last step, which is catching it. Oh, man. It was late getting out, and the Bills can still breathe here. He has not missed on anything so far, and that was perfect. And the only incompletion is a drop pass. Trips right, 1 left. 3rd and 6. Harvey the running back. Nix looks, going end zone again. Wide and incomplete. He is looking for Evan Engram, and instead of a touchdown, it's going to be a field goal try from Will Lutz at the halfway mark of the first quarter. The Bills can breathe a sigh of relief. And in that time, it was not Nix's fault. Lil'Jordan Humphrey dropped the touchdown pass. This season, Will Lutz is 24 of 26 in field goals that are less than 50 yards. It's 28 from the left hash. Wind is blowing 4 miles to the left, and the kick is good. The wind is not a factor early. The Broncos get the first points on the board, and Humphrey dropped a perfect pass to the end zone intended for him. Bills will take over with 7:29 left. I'm Alec Nava. Stay tuned. fans roaring here in Denver as they have the Broncos going on defense now, a league-leading 68 sacks on the regular season. But this is a group that has had trouble creating turnovers throughout the year. Josh Allen's coming up a spectacular performance against the Jaguars last week, where he accounted for 306 yards of offense. Back deep to return is Ray Davis down the near sideline. He's going to cut inside now. He's past the 30 and down at the 33. And a shove here from Devon Key right afterwards as he was making his way towards the sideline. Here's Allen. Battered and bruised, but completed 80% of his passes last week for 273 yards, 3 total touchdowns, the game-winning one on a touch push. The Orange Crush, both this defense and the fans, on their feet now, waving their towels. In his last 6 playoff starts, Allen has accounted for 16 touchdowns and no turnovers. This dates back to 2023. Motioning towards the right on the fake, and now here's a run from James Cook. And here goes Cook. He breaks a tackle past midfield, shy of the Bronco 40. And already he's up and running as he is on his way to passing his rushing yard total from last week when he was shut down by the league's best run defense. He gets by an edge set up the right side by Spencer Brown. Well, and Jonathan Cooper was clueless. He thought this was going to be a read option play, but no, it wasn't. It was Brown who was setting things up towards the inside. Nobody was even blocking Cooper at all. 46 rushing yards last week against Jacksonville, and now he's up and running. Davis, the running back now. In motion is Curtis Samuel, and the play clock expires. The fans did their part in forcing Buffalo to call timeout. And the noise here is going to be an issue on the day. And he says, I don't want you to having too much noise around here. I want to be as efficient as I possibly can to teach these guys something. And it's hard to go here. 24 yards on the first play for the Bills from scrimmage was Cook, the Pro Bowl running back, who has found a much bigger role every passing year. As a two-way presence, both a pass-catching threat and a rushing threat. He's the league's rushing champion. All orange here in Denver, Colorado. And this mindset that you have to have is that you have to stay focused. Motioning right is Jackson Haas. Toss play. Cook gets an edge. Cook gets another first down. Wrapped up by Hufanga. Surtain is banged up. It was Brown who threw a big block on that play. And Surtain was down on one knee. He missed some time this season with an injury. And given the depth they have at corner, they can have Riley Moss and Jahdae Barron step up in his absence. It looked like it was a shoulder-to-helmet hit from Cook, in which Surtain was trying to lean forward his head to make the tackle. But because of the collision generated by Cook, it shook him up in the head. And likely he's going to be put into concussion protocol. He is walking onto the tent being checked for concussion. So now Jahdae Barron comes in his absence. Riley Moss is the other corner. He had 19 pass breakups this season. Samuel motion left. Allen's first throw. Slings towards the middle. Wide open for the first down. It's Khalil Shakir, their most productive receiver this season. And with big plays going for 10 plus, Buffalo can specialize in that. And Allen knows how to dissect defenses. He becomes another animal in the postseason. Talanoa Hufanga tried to bat the pass down at the line of scrimmage with him as the safety blitzer. Shakir accounted for 12 catches, 82 yards last week at Jacksonville. Eye set with Reggie Gilliam, the fullback. Crowd on their feet. Another toss play. It's Cook again. And he gets 4 yards out of that one. It is Hufanga who's been everywhere to start this game. And on 3 rushes, Cook is close to get into matching last week's total. Allen was sacked 41 times regular season and postseason entering this matchup, which is a career high. The Broncos have totaled 68 sacks, the most in franchise history. 6 yards on that initial run from Cook. Bills operating out of the empty set. 3 right and 2 left. Or rather, it's 3 left and 2 right. It's a quick screen pass for Cooks. Cooks with an extra push with Torrance, the blocker. He is shy of the first down, a yard shy. That was Malcolm Roach who caught up with his full body weight. And Cooks has been getting his rapport up with Allen throughout the games as they continue on going. Elijah Moore was a practice squad call from the Broncos. He started on the Bills. Clock is stopped with 4:28. I believe this is going to be for a virtual measurement. 3rd and 1. And the officials are stepping in. I don't know if they're going to review this play. No, they're going to let this one go. The replay officials checked in. If this is going to be a review play, they decided not to review it. This is a sneak step. Gilliam motions. It's a tush push. Some more shoving here. We'll have to see where Allen was. This is similar to the play, and it looks like, and Denver thinks that they have the ball. Their officials rule Allen down by contact. They'll have to see where they're going to spot this ball. The Bills think they have the first down. The ball did come out at the end. If they think it was down by contact. Extra push. And the whistles blew at the end. They're going to give the Bills the first down. Forward progress was stopped, so no fumble on the play. Keon Coleman, the much maligned 33rd overall pick for the Bills, in the field for the first time. They're going to go with a trip set right side. 1 receiver left. Timeout call. And it's Denver's timeout. And it looks like the Broncos were disoriented at first. Right on the second level as Buffalo's trying to get set. The Bills had 3 Pro Bowl selections this year. Allen, Cook, and Deion Dawkins. The Broncos have 6. Zach Allen, Garrett Bowles, Nick Bonito, Quentin Miners, Pat Surtain, and Cortland Sutton. The Pro Bowl is on February 3rd, 8 p.m. on ESPN. I will not be covering the Pro Bowl. So tomorrow, my status is up in the air for Rams-Bears. If I can go, that is the game I will be covering. It's 3-0 Broncos early on. This drive is spanned 4:06. The Broncos called an early timeout to get organized. Bills changed their formation. And they now go back to their trips right, 1 left. Single back set, Cook the running back. They'll give it to Cook. And he's trying to find some room, however minimal that can be. He is limited to just 1 yard. To the 10-yard line, 1.5 yards on this carry. They used Jackson Haas as a blocking tight end. And now he's going to walk off the field with Dawson Knox. Surtain banged up. He is without his helmet. He was checked for a concussion. It was Riley Moss and Chris Abrams Drain, the corners. 2nd and 8, 3 right and 1 left. Shotgun set. In motion is Samuel. Allen to throw it. Towards the middle. Caught. That down to 7. That's all the Bills can muster. As it was Alex Singleton who had that stop. And these are the plays of the game that you have to make if you're Buffalo. 3 yards for Khalil Shakir. Their number 1 wideout technically. 3rd and 6. And Vance Joseph needs to get set up for this. The Bills are 3rd in red zone touchdown percentage. The Broncos are 1st defensively. The Bills convert on their lone 3rd down. The Broncos are 1 of 3. Ray Davis is the running back. 2 receivers left and right. In motion is Shakir. Allen. Going to look towards the right side. Now rolls out towards his left. Now he's going to take off. Allen lunges ahead. And he gets down. The knee was down. The ball came out. And a lot is going to depend on where the spot is and where Allen was down at the moment in which he was tackled. He tried to lunge ahead for the first down. PJ Luck stopped him. Ball at the 2. And everyone's hurried up towards the line. Tush push formation. A shove. He kept it on the snowplow. And there's going to be a much heated debate about this one. They're going to say that he has the first down. But it's going to be interesting to see the spot. And with the football coming out on the first down play, he reached ahead. For that first down, now it's 1st and goal. And I don't think it was a fumble as Allen was down by contact. Here's the 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. Shotgun set to left and right. Here is Cook. He's stuffed. Loss of 2. A decision to run the ball there. It didn't work out. And because it was not a fumble, the defense tried to get a stop on that tush push, but the Bills kept on going. With that, 8 rushes to just 3 passes. The other practice squad call for the Broncos was Caleb Lohner. The 2 practice squad calls for the Bills are Frank Gore Jr. and McCole Hardman. Hardman's on the field right now. He's motioning left. Now he goes back right. Wide open he is. Touchdown! Hardman with a similar route that he ran when he caught the game-winning catch in Super Bowl 58 for the Chiefs 2 years ago. He gets the Bills on the board. Surtain is covering Hardman. And Hardman is the motion man, but fakes the motion towards the right side and goes back right. A little corn dog Tom and Jerry type play. It was a great play call from Joe Brady. Shades of when Matt Nagy and Andy Reid dialed up Tom and Jerry in Super Bowl 58 as aforementioned. The extra point is good, and the Bills are up 7-3. Prater has the extra point. So we'll be staying here for the final 5 seconds of this first quarter. And Hardman with that Tom and Jerry play on the right side. That was the play call that won the Chiefs the Super Bowl. And here it gets the Bills on the board. So that was a little variant. As a 4-yard touchdown pass from Allen to Hardman. Formerly with the Chiefs and the Jets. Now he was called up from the Bills practice squad in the wake of the injuries to Shavers and Palmer. This is Hardman's 3rd and final practice squad call-up. If he were to remain on the Bills the rest of the season, he has to be signed to the active roster. Wisnowski is going to send this off to the Broncos return specialists, Mims and Tyler Beatty. Mims is positioned behind Beatty, and the kick is up. It's a line drive kick. This will take some bounces and roll out of bounds at the end zone. The ball will come out to the 20-yard line. And Mims was back deep. So now the Broncos will have to start from their own 20-yard line because the ball rolled into the end zone. Nobody picked it up. And that's where Denver will begin this with Bo Nix and company. Nix looking to take a second step forward in his development as a quarterback. This is his sophomore year coming out of Oregon. He formerly played with the Auburn Tigers before he transferred to Oregon in Dan Lanning's system. Teammates with Troy Franklin. Who knows if he's going to get another Oregon player on the team. Kenyon Sadiq at the court for the draft. He's the top tight end available in this class. Adkins is the motion man. Oh, Harvey dropped the ball. He picks it back up. Flips it to Nix. Nix throws it. And he misses his man, Adam Troutman. Oh my goodness. What just happened on that play? that is the end of the first quarter in unbelievable fashion. And Harvey was able to pitch it back to Nix. And before the Bills could recover it, and Nix threw an incomplete pass. And that's better than a fumble recovery by the defense. We'll be back for the second quarter. Oh, man. Second quarter has started, and we're coming off a chaotic end of quarter sequence in which RJ Harvey fumbled the ball, tipped it back over to Nix, who threw a pass, and it was incomplete to a wide open Adam Troutman. What in the absolute world? It wasn't the running back's fault. It was a botched handoff. We'll start here. The second quarter of Sutton motioning towards the right. Tre'Davious White covering him. Nix is going to pass. Free rusher at the left side. Two of them. He heaves it over. And it's out of bounds. Two rushers were closing in on Nix. One from the left and one on the right. And now we are getting injury updates. Dorian Williams was carted into the locker room with a neck injury. He is being evaluated. Pat Bryant is being evaluated for concussion. So he's in the protocol right now. So Williams is going to be questionable to return. Bryant is being evaluated right now. Three receivers right, one left. Nix has missed his last four passes after starting 5 of 5. Nix gonna go deep middle. Diving for it is Sutton. Did he get possession? Did the ball hit the ground? Yes, it's incomplete. It's going to be a free and out for Denver. I appreciate the effort from Sutton. Fans are going to take a closer look at this one to see if Sutton had full control of it. And it looked like Cam Lewis looked to force it free. I don't know if that's a catch or not. And Bobby Babich has to be happy about that one. It's Jeremy Crawshaw, who led the league in punts this season with 75. See if there's going to be a challenge here. No challenge with Sean Payton. Punt is out from Crawshaw. Back deep is Shakir to return it. He calls for the fair catch at the 37. But that was actually Hardman and not Shakir. So we're 18 seconds into the second quarter. And we're still wondering what the heck even happened in that drive. Bills ball when we return. Broncos are building a new stadium at Burnham Yard. It's going to be an indoor stadium. But the Bills are staying true to their outdoor stadium mantra. Their new stadium is almost complete. It's an outdoor stadium. Jackson Haas is the motion man. Here is Cook. Up the middle for 6 yards. Out of the 43, and he has looked good as a rusher. The last 5 postseasons, the Bills have reached the AFC Championship twice and the AFC Divisional 3 times. 4 of those losses in the playoffs have been to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. The other to Joe Burrow's Bengals. Guys, Bills fans wondering, is this the year? Against Kansas City and Cincinnati, they're 0-5. Against the others, they're 8-0. Josh Allen on a play fake, he's going to keep it. Stepping up away from the pressure. Now he's going to take off and roll with it. He's got the first down and then a lot more. Shy at the 30-yard line to the 32. Mr. Do-It-All. The fire god playing with his fire, and of course he made sure not to get burnt by it. He sees everybody is closed up and all the options taken away. The pressure was getting to him, so he steps away from it and runs up the middle. He's one of the smartest quarterbacks in the game today. And what a big play that was. 2 running backs on the field right now. It is Cook and Davis. It is Cook on the toss play left side. Oh, the ball is out! Hufanga dives on it for the recovery! Alex Singleton with a big hit on James Cook. And the Broncos will get another life at it. We talk about how interceptions are going to be hard to generate. So they need to get fumble recoveries here. And that they did. Singleton with a big hit on Cook that jarred the ball free, and Hufanga immediately dives on it. We'll return in a moment. Cook has been running the ball brilliantly throughout the season, but he recorded 7 fumbles this season, the most among running backs. Towards the right side is McLaughlin, splits the gap. McLaughlin with a first down for the stop from Cole Bishop. That's 13 yards for McLaughlin. Chance for the Broncos to take the lead after that takeaway from Hufanga, and we have an injury. Connor McGovern walked into the blue tent for the Bills. Cam Lewis and Cole Bishop both there with a stop at the 44-yard line. 30 rushing yards for the Broncos. They don't run the ball a lot. Single back set. And here's another run here. No, it's a play fake. Nix swings it back. Both tipped and incomplete. And it's knocked down by A.J. Epinesa, the third defensive end in this rotation, alongside Russo and Joey Bosa. And it was Epinesa with the hand-eye coordination to spot that ball going up, seeing that Nix is going towards a wide-open McLaughlin. Tipped it up and knocked it down incomplete. Nix has since gone 0-6 after completing his first 5 passes. One of them was a drop by Lil'Jordan Humphrey. Here is R.J. Harvey. Cuts the middle and trying to spin his way around. Somehow wraps around and gets the first down. It is an 11-yard run for Harvey, the rookie running back out of UCF. With Quinn Miners setting up the block through the middle. The edge rushers looking to go through, and Miners showing why he's a first-team All-Pro. That's the Broncos' 4th play of at least 10 yards. Nix rolls out right side. He's going to take off and roll with it, and trips up, loses footing. Tre'Davious White stepped up and knocked him loose. You have to cover your guy and come up and get your leverage up and going. 7-3, Buffalo leads. And what a story it's been for Tre'Davious White. He turned back the clock to his all-pro years when, here's last week against the Jaguars, having the time of his life in his system. 2nd and 9 as Nix throws middle, wide open, and getting knocked away was Marvin Mims Jr. He held on to that one, and the Broncos are back in the red zone. Cole Bishop saved a touchdown. A seam route by Mims. He went up the middle. He stops outside for the release. Bishop made sure he didn't get a free lane. Coming in with a big boom from the right. 37 catches, 322 yards for Mims on the season with a touchdown. Eyes set for the Broncos. Running up the middle, Harvey. Eaten up alive, munched up like a sandwich. 3-yard loss as Shaq Thompson gave him no room to run. Gonna mark it 2 yards or loss for Harvey, with Thompson spoiling the B gap right by the C gap right by the right tackle Mike McGlinchey, the former San Francisco 49er. That's the third play for negative yardage by the Broncos. The Bills have just 1. 2 left and 2 right, but the Broncos game had a shotgun set. Tre'Davious White matched up on the near sideline. Nix to throw it. Gets away from the pressure. He's going to take it up the middle. Nix, he slides a yard shy. He's a yard shy of the first down, but he is always a threat to run, as good as any other quarterback. The Bills are not good at defending quarterback scrambles, and that was Bishop, who was right nearby, and Nix gave himself up a yard shy. And he has no other option, so he decides to take off and use his legs. Went better than the last time, that's for sure. 69 passing yards, 23 rushing yards. For 92 total yards on the game is Nix. They need just a yard here. And Buffalo's trying to get something for their defense to go through. Play fake, and it's Nix. Shovel pass, touchdown! With the earth rumbling! Frank Crum! He is an eligible receiver on the play, and Crum has just rumbled the earth. So Crum went on a block and release route, went on the release on the defensive end, Greg Russo, and he put the body right on Cam Lewis to make his way in. What a moment for the eligible receiver. How? Oh, man. And Sean Payton trusts his offensive lineman for these moments. The kick is good. And the Broncos are up 10-7. How about this for Crum? The second-year man off the University of Wyoming. He's not the only man And he tells Josh Allen, "You're not the only man who come out of Wyoming. Hey, I played there too." I'll be right back. The first home playoff touchdown for the Broncos since Peyton Manning's second touchdown pass to Owen Daniels in the 2015 AFC Championship game. I know there's a lot of Umamusume anime references with the Broncos. Frank Crum, who was drafted out of the University of Wyoming with a big play for himself, the biggest play of his life. The Bills will return this one for their own goal line. They get this back past the 30 and to the 33 with Ray Davis, who has been utilized in return roles. Flag is out. And this crew doesn't call a lot of penalties. And Carl Jeffers is trying to sort this all out. Believes he's going to go against Buffalo. That penalties are Ryan Vandemark for an illegal block in the back. He is the backup tackle to either Dawkins or Brown. Should either one go down. We already saw McGovern go down in the previous series to an injury. The backup center is Cedric Van Pran Granger, the second-year man out of Georgia. Can also play guard with McGovern and Van Pran Granger, both of them. So a new center here that is Van Pran Granger is Alec Anderson, who is actually the new center in this game, not Van Pran Granger. Motioning left is Brandon Cooks. Double play fake as Allen airs it down the near side and too far for Cooks. Now we know about McGovern and his injury on the play on the James Cook fumble. This is the third player who's being evaluated for concussion as he joined Pat Surtain and Pat Bryant among the list of players evaluated for concussion. So Anderson is now the center here. Normally he's the sixth offensive lineman, which he usually reports as an eligible tackle. Now they have to go to a different lineman to report as eligible. This will be a run for Cook, trying to make up for that fumble. He's going to rumble ahead, and he gets 9 yards out of it. 3rd and 1 yard. They wonder who's going to be the eligible lineman. Right now, Ryan Vandemark could be a good candidate. And Van Pran Granger is the other active lineman. Tylan Grable is the healthy scratch along the offensive line. Today, Cook has racked up 51 rushing yards after putting up 46 in all of the wild card round. He's doing this with 1 minute until the halfway mark to this quarter. Tush push formation. They go left side. And Allen has a first down with 3 yards out that tush push. He goes towards the side of Dion Dawkins with Spencer Brown coming along with him. We saw this last year, and what the Bills can mix and match up tush push looks. And the Bills are one of the best teams in doing it, despite all the efforts by Terry Pagola to ban the play. Ball at the 29-yard line as they started at the 19-yard line because of the penalty to Van der Mark. Trips right, 1 left, single back, Cook. In motion left is Hardman. It is Cook again. He is so efficient on this run. 5 yards out of this. He is one of the most efficient running backs in the league. And while this isn't the Jaguars' run defense that the Bills are going up against, the Broncos' defense is one of the best in the league, and they countered that with a bunch of running plays. Against the run, the Broncos have averaged 91.1 yards per game, second in the league, behind, of course, Jacksonville. Today, they've given up 93 yards to James Cook and Josh Allen. 116 total yards for the Bills, 128 for the Broncos. In motion is Knox, the Ole Miss product. Trips right, 1 left. Hufanga coming in as a blitzer. Allen's going to throw it. Dumps off for Cook. Has all sorts of grass to run through. He's past midfield. It's stopped by P.J. Luck near the 40-yard line. And Cook is in bounds. The Bills running an efficient and methodical offense. It's a play fake towards the right side. It's a rollout play. And immediately Allen dumps one up over to Cook. These two have a very trusty rapport with one another. The two best playmakers on this team. If Cook lowering his helmet to try to truck Locke. 80 total yards for the running back out of Georgia. Ball at the Bronco 42. Single back is Davis. In motion left is the fullback Gilliam. On the fake, Allen steps up and dumps off left side for Knox. Knox stiff arms Hufanga. Takes it 12 yards and it's another first down. The backup tight end, Dawson Knox, has been getting utilized a lot more. He is alternating reps with Dalton Kincaid. Knox is the longest tenured tight end, the longest tenured receiver on this Bills skill position core. And Knox does a good job adjusting. He spent all 7 years here on the Bills and adjusts before he gets shoved out by Hufanga. Good job on getting wide open. Free rushes, free passes. The Bills are starting to mix and match a lot more here. They're lined up in a shotgun set. Free right and free left and 1 right. In motion right is Shakir. They get it off with 1. Broncos send 5. Allen under duress and he's sacked for the first time. He has 2 Broncos collapsing in on him. Near the 37-yard line. And the Broncos get their 69th sack of the season as they sent 5 guys right on Josh Allen. And a good change-up as the Broncos made sure he did not get any room. One of those guys is Malcolm Roach, who was with Sean Payton in New Orleans. And it's a 42nd sack that the Bills' offensive line has allowed this season. A career high for Allen. Shakir motion right. Allen to make a quick throw left side. Shakir, good block. And gets another push back to the original line of scrimmage to 30. That's 7 yards out of it. They were so good last week running screen plays with Khalil Shakir. And this one's a little further back. Here's 3rd and 10. The Broncos trying to hold the Bills to a field goal as Cooks, the deep threat, comes into the play. The former New Orleans Saint and the former one-time New England Patriot spent some time with the Los Angeles Rams. It's an empty set for the Bills. Free right and 2 left. Allen looking. Benito collapsing on him. Left side wide open. And for the first down, guess who? Brandon Cooks. Big catch for that 12th-year man. And they were double teaming. They were double teaming towards the inside. Cooks got himself wide open, working the sideline. He got his second foot down and inbounds. And Surtain's job was to cover one-on-one, but Cooks found the open room. When you have an experienced receiver like Cooks, you gain that in football knowledge. 12-year man of Oregon State. His 40th career postseason reception, the most by a wide receiver without a touchdown all time. Looking for his first career postseason touchdown. Play clock down to 2. Single back set with multiple tight ends. And Cook is limited to just 1 yard. As Anderson tried to get an extra push, Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton, the 2 inside linebackers with the stop, just 2 yards for James Cook. The Bills offense got a touchdown their first drive, trying to make up for that lost fumble into Bronco territory. 4 rushes, 6 passes. They've been efficient. Hardman and Cooks are at the right side of Kincaid, Shakir and Davis at the left side. 2nd and 8 at the Bronco 13. Or 14 rather, 2nd and 9. Motion left is Hardman. Low snap. Allen looking end zone. He looks up and gets wrapped up. Able to get back to the line of scrimmage. And Malcolm Roach, who sacked Allen earlier in this drive, forces 3rd and 9. Is key here. It was a bad snap from Anderson with McGovern out. So remember, backup center. It was a low snap. And that could have been worse from the get-go. That's going to count as a sack. The 70th of the season for the Broncos. Regular season and postseason. One of the best defenses in the league. Motioning left is Shakir. And here's Allen. Double pumps. Rolls right. Flag out. Allen buys extra time towards the right side. Dropped! Coleman was wide open at the back of the end zone. And it's just unexplainable. Wouldn't have counted anyway because of the penalty that was holding on Osiris Torrance. So nonetheless, it will be a field goal. And the struggles for Coleman continue. And Sean McDermott's like, come on, you can't keep doing that. He had it at his grasp. And that was a dime right for him. Instead, it's going to be a field goal from Prater, 33 yards for the former Denver Broncos. His longest in his career is 55 yards. He's 16 of 18. It's a straightaway kick. Wind is blowing to the southwest of what he's facing. And his kick is good. And we're tied at 10. So much has gone on here in this first half. And we know this is going to be a tight game for the get-go. We know these two are two of the best in the second half. We'll be right back in a moment. We're tied at 10 apiece. And we've seen some drops here, which would have been for touchdowns. One of them, Lil'Jordan Humphrey. Keon Coleman's touchdown grab would not have counted because of the penalty to Osiris Torrance. And we are in the final 2:13 of the second quarter. Broncos trying to get a field goal before the half ends. Return over to the 25 with McLaughlin cutting left side. Able to get back to the 30-yard line. The old touchback line of scrimmage. Did someone kneel down in the end zone. 2:06 left in the second quarter. Deion Dawkins is the Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Bills. And for the Broncos, it's Garrett Bowles. Both of them are left tackles. The Broncos Man of the Year nominee. And to vote for the Walter Payton Man of the Year, visit NFL.com/Man of the Year. One of the most famous case of Walter Payton Man of the Year being J.J. Watt. He raised a charity to help Houston residents affected by Hurricane Harvey. Next on the keeper. Looks Engram's way. Instead goes second level. Missed this man, Sutton. Went low on that pass. And he missed him. 2:01 left. And his inconsistencies continue on throughout the year. A low pass in which it was short of Sutton. It was a deep out cut. These two are usually on the same page. It's the second time that Sutton has been targeted. The 8th-year man out of SMU who turned 30 throughout the course of this season. 2 targets, no catches. 3 right and 1 left. Motion left is Humphrey. You need to get your top guys going. That includes Sutton. Play fake to Humphrey. Nick steps up and dumps off short middle to Evan Engram for a 7-yard catch. He is wrapped up. We are at the 2-minute warning. First time we've mentioned Engram's name, the 9th-year tight end out of Ole Miss. But we'll step away for a break here. 10-10 with 1:55 left. Two minutes left, or more like 1:55 left here in this first half. And the Bills and Broncos are tied at 10 apiece. And 7 yards for Evan Engram. 8 of 10 for 81 yards is Josh Allen. Bo Nix and company are back onto the field. Story for the Bills has been James Cook, 10 carries, 57 yards. He surpassed his total from last week. Both teams with 2 timeouts each. 168 to 135 are the total yards in favor of the Bills. Stepping up is Shaq Thompson showing blitz. Empty set, free right, and 2 left for Denver. 4-yard man and on the rush. Nix throws middle, caught, and lunging ahead for the first down is Mims. 6 yards. They have a chance to keep on rolling here. And Mims is lined up wide out towards the right side. Shotgun set with 2 right and 2 left. Broncos going to the hurry up now. Knicks. And the ball all comes out. What's it for? Progress. And Matt Milano thinks it is a fumble here. He returns it to the line of scrimmage. We need to check a further look on this. Nick says he threw it forwards. It is smart to let the play out because the whistle never blew. That's Greg Russo who got a head onto Nick's arm. I was thinking that the hand turns forward, so it is ruled an incomplete pass. The officials have confirmed it is an incomplete pass as Russo got a head onto it, but Nix threw it forward. He had throwing motion onto it. It is a loose ball on it. So it's incomplete. No replay needed. 1:28 left in the second quarter. Broncos trying to get a go-ahead field goal before the half. Ball at the Broncos 43, trips right and 1 left. In motion left is Mims. Next to throw it. Closing in is Jones. Dumps off right side. Auspiciously is Beatty. He gets it to midfield. Here's a 3rd down and 3 as the Broncos are hurrying back onto the line of scrimmage for this play. Shotgun set again. 2 left and 2 right. They're 3 of 6 on 3rd down, averaging 3.7 yards to go. Bills blitz. Nix rolls out and steps up. Now moves left. Being chased down by Thompson. He has the 1st down just outside of field goal range. 56 seconds left, and Nix leads the Broncos to back-to-back 1st downs. He's telling the Bills, this is my stadium. And he knows what plays are to be made. Of course, don't count on his mobility. And it's a thing of beauty to watch. Josh Allen and Bo Nix are the most mobile quarterbacks in the NFL. And Nix can use the most out of it. With his legs, too. 8 rushes, 29 yards. Now goes the read option plays in the first quarter. Mims motions all the way to the right. It's 3 right and 1 left. Draw play, it is Beatty. Left side. Tyler Beatty. For 9 yards. Flag out, however, with 51 seconds left in the half. That is Alex Forsyth called for the hold, the center. He is the backup center because he is the center in this game because Luke Wattenberg, who is the starting center, he is out with a shoulder injury suffered on Christmas against the Chiefs in Week 17. And Troy Franklin, Troy Franklin has the injury concerns now. We're going to see more of Mims and Humphrey throughout the rest of this half. 1149 penalty yards this season are the Broncos, the most in the NFL. Shotgun set, 3 right and 1 left. Play clock at 1. They get it off. Next to throw it. Throws right side short for Harvey. RJ Harvey to the edge of field goal range at the 45-yard line. Timeout call with 44 seconds. That is the Broncos calling timeout. And Bo Nix is taking what the defense is giving him. Now remember that no Troy Franklin, no Pat Bryant for the sequence. We're going to take a break here. We'll step away. We're here for the remainder of the first half. 44 seconds left. And now a timeout called by the Bills as we return here. Both teams tied at 10. And fans impatient with the hold-up. Sean McDermott and company using that timeout to get some defensive adjustments. And it's a scoring opportunity for the Broncos. Both teams each with one timeout. And this strategy here for the Bills is if they were to adjust on the strategy, remember, Ed Oliver is back from injury. He's dealing with that biceps injury that he's dealt with since week 8. In the Bills, they came out today with only a few pressures. You know, Oliver missing most of the season. It was next man up for this defense. Greg Rousseau and Joey Bosa on the edges. Just one rush on this drive, 6 passes. Second and 10, it was 10 yards on that dump off to Beatty. And here is Nix on the rollout towards the right side. Out the pistol. Nix swings it middle. It's broken up. Almost intercepted by Cam Lewis. He's had a solid first half. It was a free-man rush and he's down. He got his hand on another ball that was intended towards Sutton, who was targeted for just the 3rd time in this game. And Lewis is down. He was getting the start over the rookie Jordan Hancock. During the game last week, Jordan Poyer left the game. And Lewis solidified his case as the starting safety over Hancock. We're going to step away again. How you doing, Ian?
I'm doing well. Sorry, I just saw the title of your space.
Yeah, that trend with the Broncos, you know.
You know what? It's okay. It's about time anime started getting its respect.
Yeah.
You know what? If American sport lets athletes watch it, if American sports decides to go ahead and embrace it, buddy, you just got yourself a new audience.
Hey, you know what? We're for it, Ian. Let's keep this going.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. All right. Now, because of Cam Lewis's injury, the Bills are charged with their final timeout. He is wearing a helmet on the sideline, which indicates he could be good to go for the rest of this game. He was the one who broke up that last play for Cortland Sutton, targeted for the 3rd time in this game, but has not yet recorded a catch. Bills stack up the line of scrimmage, and now going towards the right is Matt Milano. 4-man rush. It's Nix. Under pressure, throws towards the left side. Caught! And a first down at the 29 by Mims. Marvin Mims Jr. here stepping up. You remember, the Broncos, they're down Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant, their number 2 and number 3 receivers in this game. Now they're calling timeout, their final timeout. but it was Mims, who was their return specialist, who got open at the left side, exposing an open hole the Bills left behind. Huge window for Nix to see at that left side. And another deep strike from Bo Nix. The story with him has been well documented. Inconsistencies, but flashes a lot of talent. The Packers game has proof of what he can do at his best with 4 passing touchdowns, including Michael Bandy's first career touchdown catch. And we did get a fat man touchdown earlier in this game. Frank Crum. That's the only Broncos touchdown today. The Bills touchdown came from the former Chief, former Jet, Mecole Hardman. Bills blitz, and Nick spikes it to the dirt, seeing no options. But that play call of note from the Bills was a variant of that Super Bowl winning play call in Super Bowl 58, Tom and Jerry.
Yeah. No doubt he told the Bills about that for goal line situations.
It works. Fake the motion left and then go out towards the right. You have to time it perfectly on the motion.
Yep.
Pistol set on 2nd and 10. 10th pass of this drive. Nix looks to throw. Gonna go for it all to the end zone. Caught! Lil'Jordan Humphrey! Touchdown Broncos! As Uncle Rico once said, you gotta throw over the mountains. And that's what Nix did. He threw over them mountains on a deep strike to Lil'Jordan Humphrey. Left all alone. Nobody covered him. And that fumble recovery by Talanoa Hufanga was huge. Because the Bills, they have gotten touchdowns on their other 2 drives. This will be an extra point try for Will Lutz. And it is good. So who would have thought that would be the passing attack for the Broncos and not the rushing attack that's been getting the headlines for them. 17-10 Denver. So the Bills will get the ball next. But right on a mini commercial break, who would have thought it would be the air attack for the Broncos? Because we know how bad the Bills' run defense is.
Yeah, I'm surprised, honestly.
And this is considering the Bills have the best pass defense in the league. Of course, next man up for the Broncos is working. And Christian Benford got beat on the play. Darnell Savage was the man in coverage, right, on Humphrey. And he gave that up. Former first-round pick out of Maryland. It looked promising at first with the Packers, but just never panned out. And now he's just a rotational safety. Nix smiling on the sideline, reminding the Bills, this is his house, his stadium. This team has won 8-1 at home in the regular season. Is leading with 22 seconds left until halftime. We do have a head coach hiring. We're going to discuss that at the halftime. Short kickoff. It's going to be returned at the far sideline by Ray Davis, and he's shoestring at the 30. So, not a bad effort for Davis. The Bills don't need to run a play here. They can just kneel out the clock because they're going to receive the second half kickoff. But talk about redemption. He dropped a wide open touchdown on the right side in the first quarter. Then in the second quarter, he caught a touchdown on a deep strike. And Savage is shaking his head about that. The Bills are in passing formation, 16 seconds. They're trying to repeat what they did in week 1 against Baltimore, where they can get a field goal. Here's Josh Allen facing a 3-man rush, well protected. Everything's covered. He's going to take off and roll with it, and he's going to pitch it back. It's a scramble for the ball, picked up by the Broncos. Oh my goodness! This is disaster! The first team All-Pro on special teams, Devon Key, recovers it on a failed lateral. What in the absolute wide world? If no timeouts, the Broncos can kick a field goal. David Edwards came close to recovering it, but that was a big mistake by Allen to try to lateral it. Just slide. Now you give a chance at a field goal to get up by 10. And Josh Allen does not make many mistakes. This is first turnover since 2022. And this will be a 50-yarder, which by standards today is a chip shot from the right hash. Watts. And to end the half. Yes, sir. 20-10. Denver will take it to the second half. But remember, Buffalo has the league lead in second half point differential this season. But the Broncos also love the fourth quarter. These two teams especially. The Broncos take it 20-10 to the half on a failed lateral. Oh my god. What were the Bills thinking?
I have no idea, Billy. The move should have been to go into half down by 7, because at the very least, you come out, you score a touchdown, you tie up the game. Game side, and your defense isn't, and your defense has some room to work with. Now you're down by 10. You need a touchdown, and you need a defensive stop to start the second half.
Oh man, that was disaster for the Bills on a failed lateral. Just slide. No need to be too cute with the ball. And honestly, just take it to the half. Go down by 7. No need to be too risky with it. And that's how and that's the difference between a 7-point game and a 10-point game. So the news of the week comes around the NFL coaching cycle, and it's official. John Harbaugh is now the head coach of the New York Giants. It's a 5-year deal worth $100 million.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this isn't a surprise. It's not a surprise at all. I just, I don't know what to make of it right now, because sure, you have an absolutely unique cast of characters there in New York. Neighbors, Dort, Scatabo. But I just, until the Giants produce, and until the Giants get out of their own way, I will not fall for it. Truthfully, I don't know if this will change anything for them.
I'll say, if I'm the Giants, I get out and get the best coach available. I mean, by track record, Harbaugh is the best coach that's available. And they were zoning in on him the moment that he was fired. The last time they had a head coach that established a clear identity was Tom Coughlin. Ever since this departure, the Giants didn't have an identity. You have 2 years of Ben McAdoo, that didn't work out. 2 years of Pat Shurmur, he had no idea what he was doing. 2 years of Joe Judge, that fell apart. You have 4 years of Brian Daboll, it looked promising at first, and then it just fell flat in his face. But Daboll may have redeemed himself at the last moment because he vouched for Harbaugh, along with the Giants front office, and even John Mara, who was battling cancer, who postponed his cancer treatment to make sure that he was attending team calls and meetings to meet with Harbaugh and his brass. So, there you go. Now we have to figure out what his coaching staff is going to look like. There are realistic rumors that Todd Monken could come over as the Giants' offensive coordinator. and he was the top coaching candidate among all the coaches involved. It's not Mike Tomlin, because Tomlin's going to take the year off from coaching. But when you look at the resume, you look at a Super Bowl winning head coach who's made the playoffs 12 times in 18 years. The Giants made the playoffs just twice in the last 15 years. So they needed credibility, and they got that. At the very least. Well, I know the Steelers season is over, and honestly, change is what was needed. I want to talk about the Steelers for a bit. It's the end of an era with Mike Tomlin stepping down as the head coach. And honestly, it was time for a change. That doesn't mean he isn't a good coach, but this is more along the lines that we needed change here. This is the last that we don't know what his future holds, but if this is the last that we have seen of Tomlin, if this is the last that we've seen of Aaron Rodgers, if this is the last that we've seen of Aaron Rodgers, he's going to get a gold jacket at Canton one day. Well, now as we come into the halftime stats, Josh Allen 8 of 10, 81 yards and a touchdown. James Cook 10 carries, 57 yards. He is the leading receiver with one catch for 24 yards. Khalil Shakir 3 catches, 21 yards. And Josh Allen and company, they have the capability to come back. However, what's up?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I disconnected there. But I was saying, it was time for Tomlin to go. His schemes were outdated. The guys he chose as coordinators, to say they were terrible would be nice. I don't think I can truly say what I want to say without you having to edit without you having to edit the broadcast. So I'm gonna go ahead and just say they were terrible. I mean, look at the coordinators he had. You had Todd Haley. You had Keith Butler. This year you had Arthur Smith and Terrell Lawson.
Both terrible.
Both were terrible. You had Matt Canada for one year was too much. Half a season should have been enough to tell you that he needed to be gone. I mean, the Steelers, they were on the windowless plan. You know, they were so afraid of one big reset. You know, holding on to Ben for way too long. 2018 should have been the end of the Killer Bees and the Tomlin era, if we're being honest.
Yeah, 2018 was for sure. We know about the epic collapse and days of our Steelers. We know that's a sign of an organization that is not a healthy organization at the time. But we know change was needed. Now, admittedly, one coach that could be on the radar for the Steelers is the Rams defensive coordinator, Chris Shula. As of now, he's the favorite to land the Steelers head coaching job. And given the Steelers' history, we prefer young defensive coordinators in their 30s or early 40s. Because take a look at the track record. Chuck Noll, Colts defensive coordinator, hired at 37 years old. Bill Cowher, Chiefs defensive coordinator, hired at 35 years old. Mike Tomlin, Vikings defensive coordinator, hired at 34 years old. Shula's 39 years old. So it could be a nice likelihood that he gets hired. Now, the Shula name is nice considering he has the family history. Remember, his grandfather, Don Shula, was the coach of the Dolphins.
Yeah, that was actually gonna be that was actually going to be my next question. Any relation to Don Shula, but you just answered that.
Oh.
But yeah, I would. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Because in the past few years, the Rams have had a solid defensive unit, even after the retirement of Aaron Donald. They were able to build that back up very quickly, and he's been doing well. The thing about, but with that being said, Shula has to come in right away and recognize the Steelers have to start over. They do. And if he gets hired, he has to convince Artie that the Steelers need a bit of a reload.
Yeah.
Because unless you're gonna pay Malik Willis, close to $40 to $50 million a year, and yes, he will get that because quarterback prices are through the roof. You're gonna have to sacrifice a season to get your quarterback. Unless you want to run out there with Aaron Rodgers again, but
I don't expect that.
No, I don't either.
Yeah, because he is 42, and he's unlikely to come back with Tomlin stepping down. This was purely a move that speaks Tomlin move. That he has influence on the roster control. But now, this is going to be Shula's doing. That he has to recognize that this will be his doing, along with Omar Khan. That we need to start over. I can take a losing season. And we need a losing season so as to prioritize higher draft positioning. And that's okay. We need to suck for 1 year if we need to get, because the 2027 quarterback class is going to be deep. It includes Arch Manning and Dante Moore. And also in that class is Brendan Sorsby out of Texas Tech.
Yeah. And that's the thing that people don't understand about good teams. Eventually, if teams want to keep being good, unless they hit on multiple draft picks every draft, eventually the talent's gonna run out, and you need to start over for 1 year. It's easier if you have a quarterback, a la, you have a Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. You have an established quarterback because you sign them for a decade plus, and you can just build around that. What happened to the Chiefs this year? No one wanted to admit it, but it showed once Mahomes got injured. This team needed a bad year because there are so many holes that they need to fix, and now they're going to have the draft position to do it. This has to be Brett Veach's magnum opus, where he goes in and has the off-season of a lifetime. And that's what the Steelers need too. They need to reset. They need to find their guy. They need to fix their offensive line. Good Lord.
Yeah, because easily, Troy Fautanu had his worst game of his professional career, and nothing even comes close to the nightmare that was facing the Houston Texans. Simply put, Houston beat us in our own game.
Yeah, they beat you with their defense. It wasn't even their offense.
Yeah. CJ Stroud had 5 fumbles. The first time the winning team had a player account for 5 fumbles since Eli Manning in 2007.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. We're close to start the second half. We're looking at some of the perfect pairs, and one of them being Frank Crum, the eligible lineman who checked in for a receiving touchdown, 4 yards, and Crum, a Wyoming product, not the only Wyoming product sharing the field here with Josh Allen. He got a receiving touchdown, 1 of 2 receiving touchdowns from Nix, and we're underway for the second half. Bills trying to make up for that failed lateral, and here's Ray Davis on the return, up the middle. Gets by 1 tackle and returns it to the 25. Good special teams from Chris Abrams-Drain. The second-year man out of Missouri. We know the Bills never ever slowed down the second half, but the last time that they've won a game while trailing after halftime in the playoffs is 1993. So keep that in mind as you will. The history is not on their side, but history was also not on their side last week, in which they were about to win their first playoff road game since 1992, and Cook gets stuffed for no gain. Nick Benito and PJ Locke, both right on Cook, who already surpassed his total from last week, and Bo Nix has already accounted for 150 passing yards. Allen is 1 touchdown. And this is Allen's first giveaway in 427 postseason snaps. Oh, the anime fans are going to go crazy should the Broncos keep a hold on the Bills and win this. Cook is under center. No, he's not. He's used as a blocker, and Allen, and the ball comes out! Roach cannot pick it up, and now he does! That's twice now in which the Broncos have generated a takeaway on a fumble, and the Bills are staring at massive trouble at their direction. Nick Benito came in untouched. That was Dion Dawkins' assignment. And Benito, the team leader in sacks, strips Allen of the ball as he was throwing it, gets a hand onto him, and knocks it loose. The Broncos know what to do with this defense, and Benito shows them why that this is one of the most feared defenses in the league. That's the third time that Allen has been sacked in this game. Sacked a career high 43 times, well 44 times now, and the Broncos down Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant might not matter anymore. 3 receivers right. Adam Troutman is the motion man. He's the backup tight end to Evan Engram. 1 low receiver to the left. The running back is R.J. Harvey. Nix dumps off for Harvey, and he shakes off the first tackle. Matt Milano can't bring him down. That turns it into a 6-yard gain. The pressure is going to be ramped up on Buffalo for the rest of the way. For as much as the Bills love the second half, the Broncos also love it. And here at home field, they know how to defend it well. 8-1 record, the best home field record in the league. And they could be well tested for a Super Bowl berth. 2nd and 4. In motion is Troutman. Lined up at the left side. With two receivers left and right. Here is Harvey. Wrapped up by Taron Johnson at the 10. He picks up just 1 yard. And Johnson, the slot corner, sees his defense in a heap of major trouble. The turnover differential is -3 for the Broncos. But now, their takeaways are starting to ramp up. They have 3 takeaways in this game. They started 1 of 4 on 3rd down. They have since converted 4 straight 3rd downs. They're 5-9 overall. Pitch to McLaughlin. Excellent blocking right side. Trying to cut around. Finding no holes. He's shoestringed by Dion Walker, the 4th round rookie for the Bills. And he ends any sort of threat for a touchdown. Instead forcing the Broncos to a field goal. Walker, rookie out of Kentucky. TJ Sanders, the rookie out of South Carolina, was a 2nd round selection. Walker's getting more reps. He's earning the trust of Bobby Babich. So loss of 1, and Sean McDermott's seat has to be searing hot. The Broncos are keeping their offense down the field. I imagine that the only option in which they're going with here is the hard count. This is 4th and 4. Adam Prentice in motion. And seeing no options, he's going to take the penalty. It'll be a field goal try for Will Lutz to put them up by 13 on the Bills. The Bills are 8-0 against teams not named the Chiefs and Bengals in the playoffs. 0-5 against those two. 8-1 when you include that loss to the Houston Texans. And Will Lutz, who has made field goals from 28 and 50. Looking at the fundamentals here. With the Broncos up, it still will put them up by 2 scores. The win is not much of a factor. And Lutz just squeaks it inside the right upright. It is good. He's free for free. 23-10. And it's a 13-point lead for the Broncos. Bills are in major trouble right now. We'll be right back. The Broncos have forced 3 takeaways. The Bills have gotten points on the other 2 drives. Will Lutz to kick it off. The Bills have not punted. That's because they have given the ball away 3 times. 1 a failed lateral, the other 2 on fumbles. One of them on a big hit from Alex Singleton on James Cook. The other on a strip sack by Nick Benito. Returned by Davis. Up for the left side. And it's shoestring on the left side. How about Devon Key? He recovered the failed lateral at the end of the first half. And he's been a key special teamer for the Broncos. Fumbles have been an issue for the Bills in this game as Cook got plastered hard by Alex Singleton earlier, and Allen tried to lateral it back, but it was a mishandled lateral, and then Nick Benito right in on Josh Allen for the strip sack. Buffalo has not recorded a takeaway in this game. The Broncos have 13 points off their 3 takeaways. 4 fumbles for the Bills as Josh Allen has to mitigate those turnovers, and another drop This time is James Cook behind the line of scrimmage. Might have served him a better service here, as this went off his hands. And even if he caught that, that would have been for lots of yardage, because there was a defender right in his face, P.J. Locke, the safety. 98-59, the rushing yards in favor of the Bills. The total yards are 215 to 161 for the Broncos. Somewhere we're wondering how Stan Marsh is feeling about this game. He's got to be excited. Especially with South Park coming to Fortnite, which already has happened. Allen on 2nd and 10. Pocket is protected, not anymore. He swings into an open Kincaid. All sorts of open room for the first down and then some, before being forced out by Singleton at the far sideline. If Josh Allen has to get things going, he has to get it to his receivers. Scheme his guys open. Between him and Joe Brady, 25 yards on the left side. Much has been said about what Brady's future is going to hold. Whether he's going to take a head coaching role or he's going to stay in Buffalo. 4 minutes gone here in this third quarter. 23-10, Broncos lead. Jackson Hawes is the tight end to the right of Spencer Brown. I set, it's a toss for Cook. James Cook trying to get something, and he only gets 2 yards out of it. Alex Singleton and Talanoa Hufanga both there. They're in Broncos territory. 2nd and 8 after the 2-yard run. 100-59, the rushing yards. On the second down play, we'd wonder how things go. All the people on this crowd being a factor. They're the de facto 12th man here. 3 receivers left and 1 right. And motioning right is Hardman. Broncos blitz. Allen. Double pump. Over to Kincaid. He is stopped short. Riley Moss and Singleton. Both there. He is half a yard short of that first down. And we know what's coming here on 3rd and 1. Connor McGovern got back into the game returning from his concussion. It is a tush push. The Broncos bunch up. And Allen, he has the first down. It'll be the 4th time that in which they did that to succession. Everyone's getting separated now. And with those tush pushes, the Bills have 3 wins when trailing by at least 10 points. Tied for the most in the NFL with the New Orleans Saints. Down by 13, they're looking for another one. Each team has 12 first downs. 3 receivers to the right. Now motioning left is Knox to the right of Spencer Brown. 1 receiver to the left. Samuel in motion to the left. Jaquan McMillan following along with him. Allen steps around. Open man underneath is Knox. Oh, man! Talanoa Hufanga. Crush. Kill. Destroy. On Dawson Knox. He held on to the ball, however. And he got walloped. Right on the chest. Ouch! Those heavy hits are why they got out and get him and Dre Greenlaw from San Francisco. 2nd and 2 in a quarter. It is an I set. They'll give it to Cook. Cook splits the gap past the 20. And the Bills are in the red zone. Threatening to strike again. They're penetrating the Broncos defense right now. Pause. And the pull inside from David Edwards from the left guard position to block off the right side is what made this run key. Right under center with that look. On the blitzing. 7, and that is 11 yards for Cook. They're at the Broncos 19. 3 rushes, 4 passes for the Bills on this drive. Span 3:28. Play clock at 5. Running down, shotgun set. 2 left and 2 right. Allen looks off the blitz. Quick pass up the middle for Shakir. 9 yards on that catch on the slant. And a big time tackle for Shakir by Riley Moss. Right up the middle as Moss saved the touchdown. And in all likelihood, that if he were to have broken free, Dawson Knox would have likely thrown a block on Pat Surtain. Ball at the 10-yard line. 4 catches, 30 yards. Cook is back. Kincaid and Hawes on the right side. Keon Coleman wide out onto the left. Looking to make up for a drop. At the back of the end zone. Wide open as Kincaid. Cuts by the first option. Dives! Touchdown! Keon Coleman with redemption. A desperately needed drive for the Bills right after a strip sack from Nick Benito. And Coleman reaches out, keeps his balance afloat. His knees did not touch the ground, and he needed that touchdown in the worst way possible. And you never know when your opportunity is going to come. 5th receiving touchdown this season, but his first since week 13. The extra point is good. It is a 6-point game. 6:49 left in the third quarter. And Keon Coleman needed that. For his sake, after he dropped a touchdown at the back of the end zone in the first half, he has one here, keeping himself afloat. We'll be right back. As we come back here, it is now a one-score game, 23-17. Denver still leads, but Josh Allen manufactured that drive, 13-16, 2 touchdowns, a passer rating of 142.4. And he's doing it with a cast of receivers that have yet to eclipse 40 receiving yards on the day. Keon Coleman and McCole Hardman have the touchdown catches. And this ball is going to be nailed at the back of the end zone for a touchback. So we saw in Philadelphia, the Bills did come back, trying to win on a 2-point conversion after the extra point got blocked. Michael Badgley was the kicker, not Prater. I will assure you that the Bills would have won that game had they had Prater healthy that game. They are not having Tyler Bass throughout this season, and they would love to have him back. He's lost for the season due to surgery on his left hip and groin, operated on December the 2nd. Nix is 14-24, 156 yards and 2 touchdowns. Empty set with 2 left and 3 right. Adkins is the tight end left side, Troutman is the other. Nix, they're coming after him right now. And incomplete. Nice pressure up the middle from the Bills as they dial it up the middle. Cam Lewis was cramping at the end of the first half, but he is back on the field. He returned to action. Do remember, he was wearing a helmet on the sidelines after the injury that he suffered trying to break as he broke up that pass for Cortland Sutton. 3 receivers right in trips formation, 1 to the left. In shotgun set, Harvey the running back. Here is R.J. Harvey splitting a gap. Matt Milano to stop. Bills crowd him at the 40. It is a 3-yard run. They held him to about 5 on the play. They substituted into the game here and there between him and J.K. Dobbins. In the last 4 possessions, it's been points for the Broncos. Touchdown, touchdown, field goal, field goal. And it was a 1-play drive on the last one. That was because, on the last one of the first half, that was because it's the final 2 seconds of the game and a field lateral. Empty set with 4 receivers right and 1 to the left. We'd imagine one of them is going to motion over to the left side. And yes, that's going to be the case. That is Mims. Nix looks, ball tipped, intercepted! Dion Walker! DR fumbles with the interception! Snagged out of the air! And the 4th round rookie out of Kentucky has his interception of the life. You think someone's coming, but no, it wasn't. Dion Walker faked the blitz and dropped back to defend it, and he snagged it out of midair. He's having the moment of his life right now with that interception, and the Bills team loves it. The Bills will start from the Broncos 36 as a result. Shotgun set, 3 receivers left and 1 right. Here is Josh Allen, quick throw, and immediately blown up. Khalil Shakir. With Jaquan McMillan reading that he had no chance to move. And it was a big blow up on the left side for Shakir, which McMillan read the play. On tight coverage. You were thinking nerves of all the moments here. 2nd and 14. As Allen and company looking to make up for that loss of yardage and capitalize off the Dion Walker interception. Shotgun set, 3 receivers right as Allen looks. Airing it out towards the end zone. Intercepted! PJ Long says, take that! Returns it back all the way to the 36. The 4th takeaway from the Broncos today. It's been 4 years in which Josh Allen has last been intercepted in a playoff game. And now he'll have to sit on the sidelines again, watching his defense. We'll be right back. Cincinnati fans have to be rising up. And we have 4 total turnovers in the last 10:07. 4 of them in the game alone by Buffalo. And here's Nix on a play fake. In pursuit is Benford, throws it to the dirt. Adam Troutman was in the range. Incomplete. And the interception, it was Talanoa Fanga who was dropping back all the way. And that allows PJ Locke to come in and to intercept that. And here is a handoff to McLaughlin, met by Walker and Bishop. At the 40-yard line, that limits him to a short gain, just 2 yards. And now that sets the Broncos up on 3rd and 8. The Bills have struggled against the run, but that was a good stop on the run. 3rd down defense, however, is another test, because they have seen their fair share of ups and downs on 3rd down defenses. That's his first interception in the last 2 and 4 pass attempts for Josh Allen. Bills blitz. That's picked up. Left side. Mims on the swing pass. All sorts of grass to run through. First down at the 41. 19 yards on the pickup. And Marvin Mims Jr. One of the toughest reads that Knicks picked up of Adam Prentice, the fullback. Mims was lined up from the running back position. And because the Broncos have just 3 active wideouts for the rest of this game with Franklin and Bryant out, that allows Mims to step forth over towards left, calling his own number. He has 67 receiving yards today. He averages 21.5 receiving yards. Motioning right is Nate Adkins. Just 1 yard for Harvey up the middle on this shotgun handoff. Daquan Jones. So now he need to have an answer if the Bills were to get a stop at any point. The Broncos are not in field goal range. It is 2nd and 9. The lead is 23-17. Both teams had a chance to add to it, but so far nothing is coming. Ed Oliver is not on the field for this play. Lil'Jordan Humphrey motions to the slot the right side. 3 right and 1 left. Shotgun set. Blitz left side. Knicks pursued by Bosa. Throws right side and diving once Adam Prentice couldn't reach it. It's 3rd and 9. You have to be prepared for every twist and turn. And it was Matt Milano who was the extra rusher who was blocked out by Garrett Bowles, but that allowed Bosa to come free at the left side. TJ Sanders was also in on Knicks. 3rd down and 9 as a result of that pressure from Bosa and Sanders. Knicks is 4 of 7 on 3rd down passing with 4 first downs on all of them. Shotgun set with 3 right and 1 left. Bills show blitz. They do send the blitz. Knicks under duress. He gets away from the first rusher. And a shovel pass well short of Beatty. He was the first option they looked at on a shovel pass, trying to do a Mahomes Roethlisberger style play. Beatty tried to pick up that block from Milano. He tried to escape it, but the pressure was too much on that left side. Good pressure dialed up by Babbage, and out comes Crawshaw for a punt. So much to give you a 2-score lead, and Crawshaw's going to send us off. The drive ends at the Bills' 40-yard line. Greg Russo was the man that got to Knicks. Maybe an alert fake could do is a maximum protect for the Broncos to get this off. Gets the punt off. This is a boot. Stepping up is Shakir for the fair catch at the 14. And it's a 26-yard punt, but good enough for Crawshaw to set the Bills up inside their own 20-yard line. They trail by 6 at Mile High Country. 2:30 to go in the 3rd. the final minutes of the third quarter, the Bills and Broncos in a duel in the Broncos' first home playoff game since the final Manning versus Brady showdown. The Broncos lead 23-17. If the Broncos win, they'll host the AFC Championship game. If the Bills win, they'll go on the road to face either Houston or New England. The first play is a strong ice formation. Gilliam the fullback, Cook the runner, and he gets a big hole. Runs into Surtain, however. It is 7 yards. And you wonder if everything that happens here go out for out. Breaking news, Matt LaFleur is returning to the Packers as their head coach. And, guess what? Josh Allen and Peyton Manning. And Peyton Manning is on the sideline for this game. He's a big Josh Allen fan. And he is so loved here in Broncos country. He's got to root for his Broncos, though. Another run with Cook. Up for the middle. He is close, but he's short. Just 2 yards. It'll be a 3rd and 1. They don't do this every time. 3rd and 1, you wonder if they're going to sell the tush push and go with a fake. Open up the playbook a bit. Pull out this defense. Get under center. And make sure that isn't a tush push. And shift back with Reggie Gilliam. Maybe you want to hand it off to him. Here comes the tush push, and he's got another first down. And he does this flawlessly and without trouble. A very good strike. And what else can hurt here? And of course, you may be hurting your teammate with the tush pushes, but if it means if you want to win this, you know the goal. The Broncos have allowed 124 rushing yards on this game. Their season average of rushing yards allowed per game is 91. James Cook towards the right side now. Has the edge on Riley Moss. He has another first down at the 40-yard line. Another electric run. Near the 40-yard line has 12 yards for Cook. The electric running back, the younger brother of Dalvin Cook, has the edge on Moss, and there was nothing that Moss could do. He subs out to the sideline, most likely in anticipation of the start of the fourth quarter. The Bills don't have to run another play here to end the third, and they're going to take this to the fourth. 16 rushes, 91 yards for Cook, albeit that comes with a fumble lost. The crowd is still going crazy here after 3. Bills trying to win their first playoff game as they entered halftime trailing for the first time since 1993. They turned over the ball 4 times. Can they overcome it in the fourth? Find out for the final 15 minutes. 23-17. The Broncos are up. The Bills have the ball at their own 38. They are getting some momentum with James Cook leading the way on a 12-yard run. Here's Josh Allen on the first play at the 4th. And that's low, incomplete. Too tough for Knox to handle. And remember, in the 4th quarter, Bo Nix has engineered 7 game-winning drives, the most in Broncos franchise history. Josh Allen has 18 total touchdowns, tied for the second most in NFL history in the 4th quarter, right behind and right with Eli Manning. Each team has 5 comeback wins in the 4th quarter, tied for the second most in the NFL. Last week, Allen is 9 of 11 for 124 yards and 2 touchdowns in the 4th quarter against Jacksonville. Here's Shakir. He splits the gap for a first down, and he's off to the races as 2 defenders catching up to him. Just 2 of them out. Finally, he's brought down. Shy the 15. Forward progress stopped at the 16. 46 big ones for Khalil Shakir. Right out of the slot, the quick throw. And Josh Allen on the RPO made good usage of that with Surtain, McMillan, Locke, Singleton, and Hufanga all on the rundown right after. The fastest man in Buffalo right now. The longest play by either team on the day. This is a run by Cook. He stumbles and gets 2 yards out of it. Oh, man. Talk about speed. Speed does kill. Of course, Shakir went off onto the sideline for some oxygen. That's what you have to deal with when you're up in a mile high. 6 catches, 72 yards for Shakir on the day. A week after he had 12 catches for 82 yards. He's been a busy man for the Bills. And Josh Allen's most trusted receiver. Single back set, 2nd and 7. In motion is Samuel. Play fake. Allen double pumps, and the pass is too high for Samuel. He was wide open at the right side. It's incomplete. And it's 3rd and 7. Now we have to do what the Bills are going to do on 3rd down. He fit it perfectly on a dime right over the head of Jonah Ellis. And Joe Brady cannot believe it. This is a team that loves the 4th quarter. And the Broncos love the 4th quarter too. Buffalo's 5 of 7 on 3rd down. They average 4.1 yards to go. And it's because of number 17, in which they have set themselves nicely on these situations. 3rd and 8, because it was 2 yards on the Cook run. Broncos send 4. Allen, he's one to the left side. Touchdown! Dalton Kincaid! It's not exactly mossing Talanoa Hufanga, but it's close enough. 1-on-1 on the outside with a safety onto you. You have the size advantage. And Kincaid uses size to his advantage to grab it right over the head of Hufanga. The safety valve grabs Allen's 3rd touchdown pass of the day. The other 2 were to Curtis Samuel and Keon Coleman. The extra point is good. But this is far from over. We could be seeing a game getting turned into a shootout a mile high. We've seen a fair share of great playoff games in the past. The Mile High Miracle. Manning Brady for the final time. Broncos fans are wanting to be much like Manning Brady final time. We'll be right back. We know about what Josh Allen can do. And we know what Bo Nix can do in the fourth quarter. These are two teams that love the fourth quarter more than anyone. And we know about Josh Allen overcoming the mental hurdle. Road teams are 1-85 with a -3 turnover differential all time in the playoffs. The Bills are looking to become the second team to win in such circumstances. Beatty fights his way to the 32, a well-earned return to that spot. Oh my goodness. And now we're looking at a scenario in which the Broncos are going to march down, and we don't know how they're going to do it. But up against the Bills are always a tough out under every circumstance. The Broncos have the second best defense in the AFC playoff field, right behind the Texans. The Texans will be without Nico Collins tomorrow because of a concussion. Bo Nix was 13-23 for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first half, but the second half has been a very different story. Can he overcome those struggles? Check down right side for Harvey. He is met by Matt Milano. The Broncos are slowing down in the second half. It's not been the same story for Nix in the second half. It's been the defense doing a lot of heavy lifting, but soon enough, once you face the fire god from Fireball, California, you're going to run out of gas. Doesn't matter how good your defense is. Shotgun set with 3 left and 1 right. Harvey switches spots from right to left. He gets the rock towards the right side. Doesn't have an edge and is met at the 35 by Larry Ogunjobi, who is used in run situations. Excellent tackle there. And it's 3rd and 7. And all time in the history of the NFL, road teams are 1-85 with a -3 or a worse turnover differential. Buffalo is -3 today. They're looking to become the second such road team to win in such circumstances. Knowing that it's no Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson, no Joe Burrow, the Bills are operating on no excuses. Lil'Jordan Humphrey motioning right then back left. The Bills send 6. Ball tipped! And it falls incomplete at the line of scrimmage. And the Bills get off the field defensively in a hurry. Right after that, it was AJ Epinesa again. He tipped the ball right on Nix's face earlier in the game, and he did it again here. And that forces a free and out. Jeremy Crawshaw once again punting. Mecole Hardman is the return man. He is known for speed back when he was with the Chiefs. And Crawshaw will send it up. The Bills try to block it, but that wasn't there. Crawshaw has a boot. Oh man, he crushed that all the way to the end zone. It is a touchback, and the Bills will start for the 20, but he's got a boot of a leg. Officially 65 yards for Crawshaw. And the Bills will take over their own 20. 24-23 is their lead. 11:50 to go when we return. The Bills, knowing that they can hold on to this, looking to hold off the Broncos as Allen play fakes. He's going to throw to a wide open man. Left side, first down, 15 yards. As Kincaid, who caught the most recent touchdown pass from Josh Allen. We know the skill level of Allen compared to most other quarterbacks in this playoff field. He's the best one. He's the best quarterback of this playoff field left. And that includes a field that has Drake May and Matthew Stafford, who were in the MVP conversations. The Bills have outgained the Broncos 169-30 in this second half. They have been outstanding throughout. It is Cook, middle, cuts left, now back middle, gets an extra push, and gets 12 more yards out of it. Easy as day. The extra push from Andrea Tillman as he cuts around through Talanoa Fanga. Cuts left, cuts right, and with Spencer Brown saying the block, that allows him to move towards the left side. All the blocking assignments were well understood all throughout. And the Bills knowing that this is their best chance to go through this gauntlet. 18 rushes, 105 yards for Buffalo. Single back set. And it's another play fake. Allen dumps off right side. It's Knox. Has Ellis on his face. Runs it for first down. That is easy as day for Josh Allen and company. 13 yards. And the second best defense in the AFC is starting to feel exhausted on the right side. They're getting gassed because the Bills are keeping them out there for long drives. He's got to recognize his route. And Dawson Knox just did it there. Night is starting to fall in Denver. That's 3 straight plays of at least 10 yards from the Buffalo Bills. Less than 10 minutes ago, Curtis Samuel in the slot left side, 2 left and 2 right. And now that's Brandon Cooks motioning right. Here is James Cook. He can cook well. And he did get 6 more yards up the middle. 7 more, actually. And it's been working. In which you can snap it under center. And you are flawless with it. And that's especially the case in this second half. The Bills have not punted at all in this game. Cook has his 10th game of at least 100 rushing yards, the most in the NFL. He has already doubled his production from last week. 156 rushing yards for the Bills, 70 for the Broncos. Motion left is Jackson Hawes. Cook, stuffed short. He did get 3 yards. He's close to a first down. And we know about the run totals that he had against the Jaguars. He did not perform well. Though he can excuse that he faced off against the best run defense in the league. This is the second best run defense he's going up against, and he's already gashing them. He had 46 rushing yards last week. Already has 1 plus this week. Touch push formation for the Bills. They're looking at a replay assist here to confirm that he is short of the first down. That was the initial ruling. It looks to be... They initially gave him the first down, but it looked short to me. 3rd and 1. All right, so now Alec Anderson, who took over at center, with Connor McGovern being evaluated for a concussion, is reporting as an eligible lineman. McGovern is a center. Half a yard is what they need. They've been 4 for 4 on 3rd and short situations. Make it 5 for 5. He rumbles for 3 yards. On to the Bronco 28, and this drive, as flawless as it can be, will keep on going. Some good adjustments by Joe Brady, but you're not in a position where you can safely run out clock. 4 Broncos crowded him after he got the first down. And it's a tough matchup that the Bills are using right on the Broncos. Talking some trash right on Alex Singleton, the former Philadelphia Eagles linebacker. Shotgun set, Shakir motions to the right, and then back left. Right behind Allen. He looks left and right. It's Ray Davis. Just 1 yard. Justin Sternad. The tackle with the... He made the stop there. On the line of scrimmage. The ball was at the line of scrimmage. after Davis caught the ball, he did not turn around as Sternad was right on him. 2nd down and 10. If you're looking at situationally, the Broncos need to stop because they have had no answers in the second half outside of that interception from P.J. Locke and that strip sack from Nick Bonito. Out of the shotgun. It is Josh Allen rolling towards the left side. Allen trying to secure it. Middle. Oh, the ball came out! I didn't hear a whistle. And he's trying to extend the play for some reason. Buffalo keeps it. One of the linemen jumped onto the ball. It'll be 3rd and 5. Spencer Brown jumped onto the ball. And we're going to listen along with it. There is a player down. And we're not entirely sure who recovered it at first, but it fell onto the lap of Brown at the end, the right tackle. And Josh Allen was standing still. He thought forward progress was going to be stopped. So it was the right call to not whistle a dead. And Brown had it land onto his lap. Locke, who was injured earlier in the season, came back from injured reserve. He was the one who intercepted Josh Allen previously in this game. He is down, the 6-year safety out of Texas. The backup safety is Devon Key. We'll step away. James Cook is not in for this 3rd down play. You have 3 receivers to the left, 4 receivers left, and 1 to the right. Josh Allen does not motion anyone. Allen's going to take it himself. Allen has a block from Spencer Brown. He runs this for the 1st down. What a play. Of all those receivers towards the left, Allen spins this to the right for 9 yards with Brown and Osiris Torrance, the lead blockers. A play design, crafted to perfection from Joe Brady. Cracked down at the right side, and that's with Brown rushing towards the right. With Allen carrying it. You run it based on the numbers. What a play. Under center is Cook now. 176 rushing yards today, the most that Denver has allowed this season. James Cook, the running back. Toss right side. Cook is stuffed for no gain. The Broncos will have to make sure that the Bills don't get a touchdown on this drive so that they get life for a game-winning drive if they were to set that up. You'd wonder if the Broncos are going to have to get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. But you also don't want to leave the Bills with too much time on the board. 5:12 to go here in the fourth quarter. 2nd down and 10. You need to have all hands on deck. If you're the Bills, you have to kick the PAT. Samuel in motion left. Allen will look. Heaves it to Samuel. Wrapped up. 2 yards. And it is Hufanga. It is going to be a 3rd down that will be crucial for both the Bills and the Broncos. If the Broncos hold the Bills to a field goal, that's a win on defense. The Bills, they can still get a 1st down. The marker is at the 4-yard line. They can melt down some more clock on this timer. And this is their 3rd drive in which it spanned at least 7 minutes. What a game we've been having here at Denver. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. He got off with 1. Allen double pump fakes. And here's Khalil Shakir. Shakir's going to run it in right side. Touchdown! However, it looked incomplete. They are rolling it incomplete. Denver knew it right away. They saw it. It's a great job by Cooper flying this one. Jonathan Cooper flying this out, knowing he saw that the pass hit the dirt, and that was definitely incomplete. Instead, it's a Matt Prater field goal, and the Broncos are breathing a sigh of relief. This will put the Bills up by 4, and give the Broncos enough time to get a go-ahead drive. 4:14 left, and the kick is good. It is 27-23. Buffalo at the front. It's been a thriller here. But both teams have been known for getting into thrillers. Extracurriculars on the field, by the way. 31-yard kick. And we're picking up where we left off with these two teams, doing what they do best. This will be one of the big tests that Bo Nix has to overcome. He's been stymied all second half, but can he lead the Broncos to glory here and give them their biggest win of this new era? With him, Sean Payton, Nick Benito, Pat Surtain, and everyone involved. They lost Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant to injuries for the game. They are not returning. Whoever wins advances to the AFC Championship. If it's Denver advancing, they'll host New England or Houston. If it's Buffalo winning, they'll have to travel to either New England or Houston. They split the season series against New England. They lost to Houston. This will be returned for the 5. It'll be a straightaway from Marvin Mims Jr. Or rather, Tyler Beatty, who gets back to the 27-yard line. So now, you got 4:06 to go, and Bo Nix has 7 game-winning drives on this season. You know, if you're a Broncos fan, you'd want to get that game-winning drive, but you don't want to leave too much time on the clock to give Josh Allen time for a play. You need to go for the touchdown. The field goal is not an option. Those looking for it to be a 30-27 final score, and their 12 comeback wins this season are the most in NFL history. They finished the year 14-3. Many have questioned their legitimacy. Nix, under pressure from Bosa, he gets away from it. He's going to throw it right side on the sideline. What a catch! Cortland Sutton is insane! His first catch of the game doesn't come until 56 minutes in. right on the sideline. That was almost a Julio Jones type play. Here's Nix. On the right side, quickly to Nate Adkins, just 1 yard. Christian Benford to stop. And as we see here from Adkins, he has not played in several drives. He did have surgery. So Oliver has not been seen in several drives. He had surgery on his biceps. We have not seen Oliver. And of course, we know that he was going to be on a snap count, but he made his presence felt early. Motioning left is Humphrey, trailed by Johnson. Shotgun set. Mims follows up on the motion. Bills send pressure. Nick swings it out. Mims, stuffed by Bishop. Milano was there. And it's going to be the adjustments in which it's going to come down to. And the pressure of the Bills. You may see guys coming through. That was Johnson. That ball was also tipped on the left side. Partially by Greg Russo. It was partially tipped, but still made it to Mims, nonetheless. Just 47 total yards in the second half for the Broncos. 3 receivers right and 1 to the left. A whole bunch of defenders loading up on the left side. Nix. Towards the middle. Wide open is Sutton. Mr. Third Down finally shows up for Denver. And with 2.5 left, the Broncos are in business. It's a pickup of 23. The Bills do get the stop with 2:13 left. And a timeout is called. An official timeout. That was Alex Forsythe, who was hurt. That is the Broncos center. The backup center is Sam Mustipher, who spent time with the Bears and his hometown Ravens. Mustipher is warming up in the meantime if Forsythe can't go. And that big third down catch is why Sutton is so reliable in these situations. Forsythe is still being checked on by the medical staff as Mustipher continues to warm up. Getting some snaps up from under center. He also may need to get some snaps from the shotgun as well. Forsythe is limping. Very light limp for Forsythe as he walks on his own power to the Broncos sideline. He's going to be sidelined for some plays. The Bills are up 27-23. You got to attack the middle of the field. You need to know who's going to come in or which play. The Broncos have 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning with them. The Bills have all 3 timeouts as well. In motion left is Mims at the Bills 38. And we are at the 2-minute warning. The Buffalo Bills are up 27-23, looking for one last stop on defense. The Broncos looking for their 8th game-winning drive in the 4th quarter. 27-23, Buffalo leads. I am Alec Nava. Stay tuned for the final 2 minutes. This game has been everything that fans have been asking for all throughout. This is just the 7th playoff game this postseason. And it's been a nail-biter, a classic nail-biter. Bills fans have been used to nail-biters. Broncos fans as well this season. Marvin Mims motions to the right. Draws Tre'Davious White in coverage. Play fake to Harvey. Nix is chased out right. Nix heaves it over towards the right side. Out of bounds. Nobody there. Buffalo needs 3 more stops. You need to have the coverage all throughout. Make sure nobody is open. Frank Crum was the extra lineman, but Joey Bosa was able to get by on the run when chasing down Nix, splitting the gap between him and Adam Troutman. 27-23 is the Buffalo lead. 1:54 to play. Broncos have all 3 timeouts. Shotgun set, 3 receivers left. In motion right side is Sutton. With 1 tight end, that's Evan Engram. Sutton draws Tre'Davious White. Bill Sim 4. Nix finds Sutton immediately wrapped up. 6 yards, Cam Lewis. And now as the Broncos are trying to decide what is to come, it's 3rd and 4. They are running clock down, making sure the Bills and Josh Allen don't get another chance. It's 4 down territory. The Broncos trying to get something up on their last breath. 4-point difference here. And the Broncos running down clock intentionally so that Allen doesn't get one last shot at it. Shotgun set. Lil'Jordan Humphrey and Adam Troutman lined up to the right. Harris Nix rolling out right side. Gonna roll it and run it. Has the first down. And he's hit at the 25. It's slight contact, no flag. Mustipher, the backup center, leads the block. 101 timeout. Almost the exact same play is the 26-yard line, which they're stopped at. Bo Nix picking up at the best possible time. It's so 216 passing yards, that's not 35 rushing yards. The Broncos with home field advantage. They're 8-1 at home. They're trying to avoid their second loss at home, which would be a season ender if they were to go out early. But the Bills are always a tough out. Tre'Davious White is banged up. Yeah, White is out. That's a big deal for the Broncos. And the Broncos have done a good job of keeping Josh Allen up the field. 1 minute left. Nix heaves it. Going for it all. Touchdown! Marvin Mims pays the price, but gets the go-ahead touchdown. "26 yards. As he falls onto the ground, pays a heavy price, favoring his hip. And he's done it all year long. And we need to look at the feet. He ran into the camera. I think it is a touchdown. The officials are going to have a discussion to confirm it, but what a catch by Mims. He did survive the ground. He completes the process of a catch, inadvertently runs into the cameraman. 1 foot down, 2nd foot down, and crosses the plane. And as soon as Dane Jackson comes in, it was a double move right on him. And at the 23, a double move. And Mims is situationally aware. He pays a heavy price. The Broncos are now down to 2 receivers that are healthy. Sutton and Humphrey. Franklin and Bryant exit the game with injuries. They are not returning. Lutz's kick is good. 55 seconds to go. The Bills need a field goal to force overtime. Josh Allen has not won an overtime game in his career. 0-6. Of course, Mims is an exceptional returner, but they will not have his services should we require overtime. The Broncos defense was well rested entering this moment. And Nix has thrown for his third touchdown this game. 22 of 39. 3 touchdowns to 1 interception. And the Broncos wanted to get one last takeaway here, so as they can send the Bills home in the divisional round for the 4th time in 6 years. The Broncos looking for their first AFC championship game since Peyton Manning rode off onto the sunset. Everyone's on their feet here for the final 55 seconds. We know, but 55 seconds and 3 timeouts is an eternity for Josh Allen and company. Simply too much time to maneuver. We know he has the magic. The question is, can he deliver? This time the Bills are on the other end of a 4th quarter drive. This will be returned for the 5. Near side. Past the 20 is Hardman, able to get back to the 27. The stop by Jonah Ellis. What a dime from Nix. What a game between Josh Allen and Bo Nix in a duel for the ages between these two. And we know it is never over until it is over. We know from playoff games past. The 13 seconds game comes to mind. The distance to the field goal target line is 26 yards at Denver's 46-yard line. The Bills start with shotgun set. Audible called here, and they have to work the sidelines. 2 left and 2 right. Kincaid in motion. Broncos send 4. Allen steps away from the pressure. He's going to run up. Shovel pass on the left side for Kincaid. At the 36-yard line, 40 seconds left. Bills called their first timeout. Jonathan Cooper was the man right on Allen as he tried to take him down towards the left side, but he adjusted and thwarted a shovel pass. Are you kidding me? What else can't he do? That's Josh Allen doing Josh Allen things. It's another test. And this defense has feasted. And we know about his 26 career game-winning drives. His first one of the postseason happened last week at Jacksonville. 2 timeouts each by both teams. The crowd on their feet. 2nd and 1, Matt Prater made a 64-yard field goal in 2013 with the Broncos. That was then the longest field goal in NFL history. That has since been shattered 3 times. Now 4. Dawson Knox gets brought back to protect. Right onto the backfield to help Allen. To throw. Heaving it towards the right side. And it is caught! Brandon Cooks! Right on the far sideline. And he's out of bounds after the catch. No! They did not complete the process on it. I think the knee's going to be the key here. The knee. The arm hit before the knee. I thought that he made the catch at the right side. What a love Riley Moss. The wrist was down before the knee. So that's not the knee. Instead, it's 3rd and 1. You have to work the sidelines still. You need to take advantage of the situation. Cook in motion. And you need to get things going. 37 seconds left. Oh, they got him! They got the Broncos jumping! It's going to be a free first down. Jonathan Cooper. Cooper got twitchy, and it's going to be a free first down for the Bills. The Broncos still lead 30-27, and that resets the play clock. And 2 leg lifts. And that's why you got Cooper. The ball is out to the 41 Bills territory. Shotgun set to left and to right. Shakir in the slot right side. Knox brought in as an extra protector. Here's Allen facing a four-man rush. Heaves it deep. Left side. Incomplete. Looking down towards Coleman, who was double covered. It was big pressure coming from Zach Allen, the first-time All-Pro defensive lineman who's had a breakout year on Vance Joseph's defense. It was wide of Coleman, Jahdae Barron in coverage, and he was double covered on the left side. It was away from the safety Talanoa Hufanga. 32 seconds left as the clock was stopped. Shakir wide out at the left side with the tight end. Two receivers right. Here is Josh Allen. Looks left side. Shakir laterals it back. Here's Ray Davis. Has a blocker. Davis! He's down in bounds! Now, hook and ladder play that the Bills specialize with a lot. That's 27 yards total on the hook and ladder. A genius play call from Joe Brady, like they did at Houston in Week 15. And in key situations, well, not Week 15, but like they did at Houston, and it was partially tipped too. And that's a heck of a situational play on the left side. They can still go for a touchdown if they want. The ball is at the Bronco 32. They're in field goal territory now. And you'd want to take a shot if you're Buffalo. The Broncos have 2 timeouts that they can use. 2 receivers are lined up at the left side, 2 more at the right. Shotgun set. Davis is the running back. Kincaid motions as an extra blocker to the left of Josh Allen. Here he is with the ball, well protected. Gonna swing it down the field. 4-0! Incomplete, overthrown. Moss in coverage on Brandon Cooks. He was a target, and it was a perfectly thrown ball. You have to watch the route towards the outside right. Moss would have been a sideline shot on the right side, and he tugged the arm. I thought there was pass interference, and while it was an overthrown ball, he did interfere a bit with that. No pass interference penalties have been called in this game. 3 receivers right, 1 left. If you're the Broncos, you should not let Allen throw deep. He's going to throw short off the hands of Shakir. And that was the best case scenario for Buffalo, given that it did not fall into the hands of a Bronco defender. And there was a chance over the middle for Shakir. Alex Singleton in coverage. And there was that possibility there as Allen is adjusting on the playbook. Broncos fans on their feet. Especially for, and this could be a big moment for this 41-year-old kicker, Matt Prater, at the stadium which he used to call home with the Broncos. Watch for the outside matchup left side. Empty set. 2 left and 3 right. Allen, he's going to look. Throws it middle. Overthrown off of Kincaid. And he was wide open over towards the middle. And now Matt Prater is out to kick the field goal for the Broncos. Or rather, the Bills, excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about his Broncos tenure so much. He used to be a former Bronco himself. Spent some time with the Detroit Lions, too. In postseason history, his longest is 55 yards. This is 50 all the way from the left hash. The expectations that Buffalo has had in overtime. Here, absolute one kick can send it to the extra session. 10 seconds left. The Broncos call their second timeout. This will even it up at 30. And Josh Allen knows the situation. And he knows he is 0-6 all-time in overtime in his career. The Broncos have generated 7 game-winning fourth quarter drives. Once again, 50 yards, left hash. Reed Ferguson, snapper. Mitch Wishnowsky, holder. Matt Prater, kicker. They need one to tie here. Roll the marbles. Snap and hold are good. The kick is on its way, and it is good! 41 years old, still got the leg. And with 5 seconds left, we are tied at 30. And this is the biggest kick of the Bills season. The ball doesn't move one bit. And of course, Prater, very reliable in postseason action. And from long distance, he still got the leg. And all these 50-yard kicks that he has kicked, this one's the biggest of his career. He was replaced by Brandon McManus after his final year with the Broncos. And Buffalo tried to go for all the marbles to the end zone. And now, we may need to know if the Bills are going to squib kick this. And this is a scary situation. The two return men are Tyler Beatty and Jaleel McLaughlin. Remember, no Marvin Mims for the Broncos. This is a line drive kick to the 6-yard line. And taking it lightly is McLaughlin. And the Broncos have every intention to kneel out the rest of this clock. 1 second left. And the Broncos are playing for overtime. They're going to put 2 more seconds back onto the clock because of that kneel down. The clock operator made a mistake. The percentage of returning this are much lower in a situation like this. 3 seconds. We're tied at 30. Broncos showing a kneel down formation. And they kneel the ball. How about extra football? At least 15 more minutes of it, tied at 30. And it felt like it had all the stakes for this. Back and forth we go. And what a thriller here at Denver. And here are the postseason overtime rules. Both teams have the opportunity to possess the ball. If the score is tied after each team's first possession, the next score will win the game. There are 3 timeouts per team. No coaches' challenges. All reviews are initiated by a replay official. A safety on the first possession ends the game on the spot. That means if the team that receives the ball scores a touchdown on their opening drive, the game is not over anymore. The Bills see the stakes. They're 0-6 in the Josh Allen era in overtime, regular season, and playoffs. The 13 seconds game included. The last time they played overtime was in 2023. They lost to the Philadelphia Eagles 37-34. They went back and forth in that divisional game. And after that, there was an outcry for the rules to be changed. And they have to change this around. And they did have the postseason overtime rules changed. So that the Bills are still the visiting team. So as Carl Jeffers is explaining it. So Buffalo has a call. They called heads. And it is heads. The Bills are going to kick. Interesting decision. So Denver's going to get the ball first. The Bills have won the coin toss. They're going to defer. They trust this defense to get the stops here. They know that the Broncos are not operating on a 2-minute offense here. And we'll be right back here in just a moment for overtime. This is the third playoff overtime game at Empower Field. Two of them have been, the two previous ones have been memorable. The 3-16 game and the Mile High Miracle. The Broncos are 1-1 at the stadium in playoff overtime games. And here's Marvin Mims back in the game after he hurt his hip on his touchdown catch, taking it out of bounds to the left side. The Broncos will start. The Broncos will start from their own 28-yard line. And Cortland Sutton starting to find its groove. No Troy Franklin, no Pat Bryant. No problem here for the Broncos. But do remember, the overtime rules have been changed. A touchdown on the opening drive does not win the game. 22-39, 242 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception is Bo Nix. Bills trying to get a takeaway as Tre'Davious White is back on the field. He's subbed out for Dane Jackson on the play in which Mims got the Broncos the lead. Adam Troutman in motion towards the left of Garrett Bowles. 2 left and 2 right. Shotgun set. Harvey the running back. Bills showing blitz. Nix audibles. And the Bills have showed success with it until the last sequence. And here's Sutton, shoestring by Bishop, but gets the first down anyway. With the catch on the left side. 11 yards to get this drive going. It's a much longer distance from the 28-yard line to drive down the field. But Cole Bishop with the instincts to shut that down before anything else goes. Just the second playoff overtime game under these current rules. The only other one was the Chiefs and 49ers in Super Bowl 58. 4 catches, 53 yards, all coming since the go-ahead drive in the fourth quarter for Sutton. Shotgun set, 2 left and 2 right. Nix, 4-man rush here, left side, and is jarred out by White. Sutton was the target again. Was not able to hold on to it. Bills looking for a stop. And Sutton had it bobble off of him. It slipped by his hands. A rare time in which he drops the ball. Now it's 2nd and 10. Now fans of Umamusume, excuse me for my mispronunciations at the beginning of this cast, are watching this game as Broncos fans now. Mims in motion left. Quick throw right side. And that screen is blown up. Johnson and White both there. And now you're in a danger zone if you're the Broncos. Right after that go-ahead touchdown drive, showed some promise early in this drive, but they're in danger territory, 3rd and 11. Sutton had a drop earlier. Mims was stopped for a loss of 1. Now I have to see what happens here on 3rd and 11. Some Bills fans have made the trip. Want to wear a Josh Allen Wyoming jersey. Mustafa is still the center. In motion is Evan Engram. 3 left and 1 right. Bills fake the blitz. White's coming. Nick steps ahead. Throws it middle. That's incomplete. It hit the ground. Once again, Sutton the target. And the Broncos get shut down by the Bills, and the decision to kick the ball off to the Broncos pays off for Sean McDermott. Sutton let it slip through his grasp, and the Bills can win it with a score. That fell incomplete. And Josh Allen doing a little officiating from the bench, and Jeremy Crawshaw coming out to punt. The Bills trying to go to the AFC Championship game for a 2nd year in a row and the 3rd time in the Josh Allen era. They get it up in time. That was almost blocked. That was a high drive punt, and it bounces out. We're going to see where they spot it, but that's a beautiful punt. Inside the 10, they will spot it at the 8-yard line. The Broncos pin in the Bills inside the 10-yard line, but you can only hold off Josh Allen for so long. Maybe, just maybe, that the Bills can pull through. These two teams are some of the best in their respective categories. The Bills have the best pass defense in the league. The Broncos have the best sacking defense in the league. They spot the ball at the 7-yard line. The next score will win the game. Touchdown, field goal, or safety. In motion left side is Hardman. Cook gets stuffed, able to lunge ahead, and only gets 1 yard out of it. He is stopped in his tracks. It's been a shootout between both teams. 0-6 his career in overtime. 0-2 in postseason. Those losses came against the Houston Texans in Allen's sophomore season and the Kansas City Chiefs in the 13 seconds game. Overtime luck hasn't gone Allen's way. The distance to the field goal target line is 46 yards. They have to get to the Bronco 46. In motion is Knox. Shotgun set, 2 left and 2 right. Allen stands at the goal line, now steps ahead. He's going to run it himself, carrying the momentum up front to the 12-yard line. He got out of trouble, and he gets a 4-yard run on the scramble left side. Bronco fans nervous because they know that Josh Allen is Josh Allen. And as the best quarterback of any quarterback in the playoff field, he can run, he can throw, and he can use that body strength to get up front. Brandon Cooks was double covered on the far side, so that option was taken away. Now it's 3rd down. There was a wide open option underneath with Dalton Kincaid, but that likely wouldn't have done wonders because there could be a potential for a takeaway here. 3rd and 5. 5 receivers out there, including Shakir. They rush just 2. Allen throwing towards the left side. Wide open Kincaid at 25 for a 1st down. They rush just 2 on that play, looking to cover everything. And Allen still found an open hole. Only 2 rushers, 1 towards the left and 1 to the right. And Allen did a good job diagnosing the play. And he got about too much time at the pocket to find the open man at the left side, Kincaid. Bill show run, Gilliam fullback, Cook running back. 2 tight ends on the play, Hawes and Knox. It's up the middle for Cook. The Bills try to give Cook an extra push. They will. Still going, and he stopped at the 28. Dre Greenlaw was there. Allen is up. Zach Allen right out of that pile. And a bevy of Buffalo players are knowing what to do on this game, trying to finish the Broncos at their stadium and trying to give Josh Allen his first career overtime victory, playoffs, and regular season. Strong side eye set towards the left with Gilliam the fullback, 2 receivers, left, 1 right, and the Broncos are calling timeout. Trying to discuss things over. And that actually may help Buffalo because they're going to have more time to think about that. Allen is familiar with what it takes. And essentially, we're in sudden death. The next score wins, whether it be a field goal or a touchdown. They're out the safety area. 10-12 left. It was essentially the first half of overtime. The Chiefs knew the rules in Super Bowl 58 when they were trailing by 3, and they made the game-winning drive all the way for the game-winning touchdown from Mecole Hardman. Tom and Jerry, the play call. The Bills ran a similar play call of Tom and Jerry here in the stadium. The Rams and Bears play tomorrow. If time allows for me, I will cover that game. Pause in motion. Allen looking. He's going to run away from the pressure. Flips it out right side for Cook. He stumbles, gets back up on his feet, and manages to get back to the line of scrimmage for no gain. And it almost looked like disaster from the get-go. But Cook was able to get back to the line of scrimmage. Allen was chased from the left side by Tillman and got it off on time. The precision of Allen was key. And recognizing the play. Broncos fans on their feet. Night has officially fallen here. 3rd and 7. We're tied at 30. Next score wins. Ray Davis comes over to Allen's left. 2 receivers left and right. Play clock down to 5. 4. Free to get it up. Broncos blitz here. Allen double pumps. Screen pass right side for Davis. Davis gets by Singleton, and it's a first down. 8 yards for the backup running back. And he's been capable on 3rd down situations in the absence of Ty Johnson. He comes across, initially looking like he was a blocker, but on the double pump, Allen drops back. And that's the veteran leadership of Josh Allen that is key. And with the blocking from Dalton Kincaid, that helped set that up. On the right side, they needed 7. They got 9 out of this. Ball at the Buffalo 36. Single back set. With 1 receiver wide to the left. Toss right side for Cook. And Cook gets nothing. Hufanga came after him. And they knew it was going to be a run towards the right side. They knew that the Bills love running the ball with James Cook. 24 rushes, 117 yards. Vance Joseph loves to call up aggressive defenses in which they can get after the quarterback. 68 sacks in the regular season. And Josh Allen's been sacked a career high 43 times regular season and postseason. Shotgun set, trips left, 1 right. Cook is the running back. He steps up front as an extra blocker. Broncos show blitz. This is max protect from formation. Allen throws left side, wide open, dropped! Hardman could not come up for it on a low pass. It is as perfect as he can throw a ball. And almost he came up with that one. It was low. Could not grasp onto it on his fingertips. Trying to keep taking it high, and he threw it flat. And that came in and out of his hands. He's shaking his head. Bills are 2 for 2 on 3rd down this drive. This is 3rd and 10 on the play. Extra blocker is Davis. Allen is under center. Broncos send the blitz. That's picked up nicely. Allen heaves it down the field for Cooks. And the pass is intercepted! Jaquan McMillan jumped in front of Brandon Cooks. He was in a wrestling match for the football. One-on-one with Cooks. And it looks similar to the play in which the Bills ran last week against Jacksonville. And this is very close. Who ended up with control of the ball? They're going to review it. If Cooks was down by contact, we're going to look at all angles who have firm possession. And this should look like Cooks before McMillan ripped it out of his hands at the last moment. Cooks reaches up and it rolled over to McMillan. We're going to have a further look at this. The ball doesn't hit the ground, and the defensive back went on with possession of the ball. We're going to take an extra. They're not going to review it. They have just confirmed that it's an interception. It's the 5th turnover of the day. And we're going to have to take a look at this again. Timeout is called. As it's rare to be down onto the ground. We'll have to see what exactly this is. Timeout's called by the Bills. And he wants an explanation on this. I don't think Cooks had firm control of that ball. And it looks like it was down by contact from McMillan, in which he was stopped there. Cooks initially caught it, but was ripped loose by McMillan. What a moment. So it rolled out. It ends up in McMillan's hands. He's down by contact. As to take a look at that further. Once again, next score wins. In motion is Harvey. Trips right, one left. It's a quick screen to Marvin Mims. Mims doesn't get a lot. He gets just 3 yards out of it. And these defenses are wearing each other out. And this has been a phenomenal game between the two of them. And the target line is to 42 in Bills territory. That would be a 60-yard attempt. That's Lutz's career long. And you have to be aggressive at one point if you're Denver. These defenses are not going to hold up for long. 2 receivers left, 1 and 2 more to the right. Shotgun set. 5 turnovers by the Bills. Knicks. Back to throw it towards the right side. It is Harvey. Cuts away from Shaq Thompson. Breaks 2 tackles. Gets a block. Is forced out the right sideline. A big time play for rookie R.J. Harvey. 24 yards. And even the tackle initially from Thompson didn't go. Cole Bishop couldn't hang on to him. And neither could Cam Lewis, but he forced him out. That changed the leverage in all the angles of this entire game. With the Bills getting tested on defense again in this overtime. You may want to change the protection, figure out what to do. Mims in the backfield, Knicks to throw it. Throws it, airing it out left side. Broken up by Benford. No flag on the play. Fans irate, they want a penalty. As they thought that Lil'Jordan Humphrey was interfered with. They took their shot at it. And I think that is a legitimate breakup by Benford. He played the ball cleanly, let him go. And it's a battle between the two of them. That's not pass interference. And nobody in the league throws outside the numbers more than Bo Nix. They need 11 yards to get to field goal territory. Buffalo's used their second timeout. In 78 plays throughout. We remember that one of these touchdowns came on a variation of the Tom and Jerry play call used by the Chiefs. Jaquan McMillan set this up. With a tug of war of Brandon Cooks, the Broncos are 11-2 in one-score games, tied with the most wins in NFL history with last year's Chiefs and the Vikings of 3 years ago. And two of those losses come during the regular season. Of course, the Broncos trying to pull out their 12th such win in this game to survive a one-score contest. 30-30 with 6:09 left in OT. 3 left and 1 right as Nix snaps it. He looks deep down the field. 1-on-1. That's deflected. Flag out. Taron Johnson draws it. That's going to set up the Broncos for the winning kick. Sutton was going to play a major role in this game one way or another. The size matchup was there, and Johnson's pleading his case. There's another flag out in the offensive backfield. All right, there are fouls on the defense, 2 of them. One of them is roughing the passer. That is declined on Joey Bosa. The other is pass interference. And that one's going to be accepted. It's an automatic first down. Oh my goodness. And that could end up ending Buffalo's chances. And it looks almost identical between the two of them. And Johnson clearly grabbed onto the arm of Sutton. And Allen is shaking his head. Now they're at the Bills' 36-yard line. I'd imagine that the Broncos are going to set up for the winning kick. Nix takes it, and he's trying to keep it himself. He's driven backwards to the 38. A field goal from this spot will be 56 yards. You're still in field goal range. And you have one of the best kickers in Will Lutz in the NFL. And you still want to get closer if you're Denver. And you can't just stay here. Pistol set, and in motion right is Mims. 2nd and 12. Nix on the play fake. He's going to heave it down the field. Mims cannot come up with it. And a flag comes in. The Broncos are right where they want to be to win it. You play to win the game, but that is undisciplined football. Tre'Davious White, pass interference. And a lot of credit to Mims for drawing as he got open, trying for the win here. He had a touchdown catch earlier, and that was the correct call. And the Broncos are essentially going to center Lutz up for a better shot. That's what they did against the Chiefs to break that losing skid against them with starters healthy. And Josh Allen is gutted, knowing that this was a good shot at it. Everyone left it out there onto the field. Not many flags down the field like that. Nick centers it, and that will put the Broncos in between the hash marks. And there's more coming here. And a game-winning kick on the center. He has 13 career game-winning field goals in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter or in overtime. None of the postseason. And we have yet another flag. This is getting ugly. Tre'Davious White walks off in frustration. And White is not tossed from the game, despite arguing with the ref. He is still unhappy about about that last pass interference, even though it was clear as day. Sean McDermott is irate. Sean McDermott can ice Lutz if he wants to. This is just a 24-yard attempt. (30-30). The winning score may end up being 33-30. It's a 24-yard attempt. All straight away down the window. And it is another timeout. Of course, Denver with the 1 seed and their stout defense. And a lot of that comes with the aggressiveness on the final drive. And if they win, they'll host the AFC Championship game, which they want to do. And one step away from Super Bowl 60. And all they need is 24 yards to host next year's championship in the AFC. Will Lutz down the middle has a chance to send them on. Snap and hold are good. The kick is perfect. The Denver Broncos are going to the AFC Championship game. The power of anime reigns supreme once again. First, there was the play by McMillan, which he wrestled it out of Brandon Cooks' hands. And it ends up in their hands. And then back-to-back pass interference penalties. One on Taron Johnson, one on Tre'Davious White. And then Will Lutz delivers the winner. And they're one step closer to going back to Levi Stadium for the Super Bowl. In what was Peyton Manning's last game. An experienced head coach in Sean McDermott and Sean Payton. And all the thrills a mile high. And that was a stressful game. And Bo Nix, who finished 26 of 46 for 279 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception, led the way on what was an excellent game. 5 takeaways on the game. And what a game it's been for this defense. Daquan McMillan set that up on that final drive. Their 8th game-winning drive of the season. As Josh Allen left it all on the line, but those turnovers doomed the Bills. 5 of them. 25 of 39, 208 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and 2 lost fumbles. James Cook also lost a fumble, along with a botched snap from Alec Anderson that was picked up by Allen. And they do thrive on these situations. In tight games, they love it. And the Broncos have their signature win again. No Pat Bryant, no Troy Franklin, no problem. Marvin Mims Jr. had the game of his life. 8 catches, 93 yards, and a touchdown. The interceptions come from P.J. Locke and McMillan. Alex Singleton had a game-high 14 tackles, 11 of them solo. 1.5 sacks for Malcolm Roach. Zach Allen with half a sack as well. And here, again, so we know Josh Allen and company gutted again. And we know that Josh Allen finally, he thinking that this is going to be his chance. Nope, it wasn't. This Broncos defense was handled all the business. They gave the Bills the business. It's a matter of who had the better roster construction and who had the better execution. And it was the Broncos. 33-30. From the Bills side of things, James Cook ran for 117 yards, but lost a fumble. 24 carries. The Broncos' run defense turned it up a notch in that second half. Dalton Kincaid, 6 catches, 83 yards, 1 touchdown. The other 2 touchdowns to Keon Coleman and Mecole Hardman. Khalil Shakir, 7 catches, 75 yards. And the Broncos will host either Houston or New England. That's all from Empower Field. I am Alec Nava. The Broncos will move on to the AFC Championship game. So long, everyone, and take care.